Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Governance and Priorities Agenda for Monday, June 1st, 2020. And again, this is a live streamed meeting via the town's YouTube channel. So if you have any questions of people that are watching, please contact one of our staff or email it in, and somebody will take care of it and direct it to the proper channels. A little bit of housekeeping before we start is if we can ask everybody to have their mics on mute, please, and also their video off. So the only person that's allowed to have their video on is the presenters later out through the evening. Okay, I've sent test emails and test messages to everybody to make sure that we're connected. So if you want to speak and request to speak for questions of clarity, understanding, or just a general discussion when we're during the business items, please let me know because it pops up on my screen so I know which order it goes in and who submitted their request to speak first. Okay, and as well, when you're speaking, please bring your mics down and speak directly into the mic so that we get some clear audio as well. Okay, with that, administration, there is agenda before us. Is there anything to add?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, if I can have you make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That Town Council adopt the June 1st, 2020 Governance and Priorities Meeting Agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll call the question. All those that are opposed. Okay, see nobody messaging about being opposed to the agenda. That is carried. Move on to public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody contacted staff to have something verbally read into the records or to present to council?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing was brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. And we're moving on to item number 4, which is the presentation from CIBC Wood Gundy investment presentation. And we're here. So go ahead, administration.
Good evening, and thank you, Your Worship and Council. Investments have been identified as part of the fiscal sustainability framework that you will see later tonight. As such, we have asked our investment advisors from CIBC Wood Gundy to join us virtually to provide insight on rules for investing for municipalities, an update on the town's investment portfolio, and a look at the current and future economic environment. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing James Hobson and Chart Sherrill, who are the town's investment portfolio managers. I will now turn it over to James and Chart to proceed with their presentation.
Okay, and welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. I just want to make sure everybody sees the presentation on the screen.
Yes, I can see it.
Perfect. And do we have James there as well?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Okay, so I'll just take it away here. So thank you all very much for giving us the opportunity to give you an update here this evening. As I'm sure you're all aware, this has been one of the most tumultuous, volatile periods in financial markets in history. Not since the 1920s have we seen such a volatile period. So what we'd like to do, I'll just go over the agenda here, is just kind of give you an update on sort of the box that we're playing in, which is the Municipal Government Act. Go over the rules that outline how we invest the town's portfolio. I'll give an update on the investments, sort of how we've been doing through this environment, and then I'll pass it over to Chart to give you an update on the economy. So starting out here, as this is sort of just a reminder slide. I know it's easy to get spooked when you turn on the news and see all this volatility. Everything that we own is principal guaranteed, as a requirement. Now, the Municipal Government Act, Section 250 investments, basically restricts us to own Government of Canada bonds, provincial bonds, and securities that are issued by a major bank or a treasury branch or credit union. We don't have an exemption to buy shares, which obviously is not something we're looking to pursue. So the entire portfolio is fully guaranteed by the big five chartered banks in Canada. So what that means is unless one of the banks goes bankrupt, our principal is safe. So even when the credit markets blow out, and I'll get into this in a minute, we're not concerned about loss of principal. So our job here at CIBC Wood Gundy is basically, once we're in the safe box, how do we get you the best return we possibly can without risking principal and keeping things liquid so that you can access it when you need it. So just moving on to sort of an update on the investments. If you take away one thing from tonight, the message I want to get across is that not only is the portfolio principal guaranteed and safe, it actually has thrived in this environment. Now, the performance for 2019 would be one of the strongest years we've ever had for our municipal portfolios. Chart and I oversee, just as a bit of background, we oversee 20 towns, 16 counties, and 11 cities in the province. And all of our portfolios have performed very well in 2019. So if you can see there on the screen, 2019 in principal guaranteed bonds, we posted a return of 6.749%, which is significantly higher than the average yield on the bonds. The year-to-date return is 2.6 essentially, which if you annualize it is north of 5%. So there's a couple of reasons why this has happened. The main takeaway is that we have invested in the bonds in a very sort of strict manner, in that we maintain discipline, buying bonds at yields that you can't get anymore. So I'll let Chart get into this in the economic update, but essentially the Bank of Canada has cut rates to near zero. So what that means for our portfolio is that we own bonds that you can't get anymore. We've got bonds yielding north of 3%, which, to put it in context today, those same bonds would yield maybe 2.3, 2.4. So what that means is we had what we'd call excess capital gains on the portfolio, where the prices of our bonds have been bid up because they look attractive relative to what you can get in the market today. So as you can see, at the start of 2019, we had about 23.8 million invested in the portfolio for the town. There was some deposits in June, and then some withdrawals, and then we've had some withdrawals since then. So the portfolio now is sitting around 10.5 million. And I'll get into the composition of the portfolio in just a moment here. So on the next slide, obviously it goes without saying, we're fully compliant with the Municipal Government Act. Everything's principal guaranteed, and we're broadly diversified amongst a number of different, not just issuers, but investment tools as well. So in the middle there is a credit ratings breakdown. We're not too fussed about this because, to be honest, all the major chartered banks, if we have a guarantee from a bank, we're not too concerned about losing principal. The banks have never defaulted even on a dividend in the last 150 years. We're certainly not worried about them missing a interest payment on the debt. So, but needless to say, we're about 50-50 between A and AA bonds. It just basically, I won't get into too much detail, but that just goes into the types of tools we use if we go down to an individual investment level. We're broadly spread out between the different banks. You'll notice we don't own any Royal Bank paper right now because the yields on Royal Bank are lower than the yields we can get on the other chartered banks. So on to the next slide. We did a forecast on the portfolio in terms of the cash flow we'd expect in any given year. So this just shows you the cash flow by month. And we'd expect to generate about $207,000 in cash flow. Now, this is not total return. So total return, we would expect to be much higher than this. But in terms of just the coupon payments, the regular predictable cash flow we get is just north of $200,000 coming off of the bonds. Now, most of the bonds pay coupons semi-annually, so the cash flow will come into the account and then typically will be reinvested as it accumulates. And most bonds pay semi-annually, so we've got it basically staggered throughout the year. Pretty straightforward. And on the next slide, Chart and I never do a presentation without the yield curve. This essentially is the foundation of investing in anything principal guaranteed. So what this shows you is the yield we get on different bonds of different terms. The blue line is the Government of Canada bond, the interest rates you get on Government of Canada debt. The green line is provincial bonds, and the red line is bank guaranteed bonds. Now, obviously, under the NPA, we can own any of these different. We can be on any of these different curves. We've opted to stick on the red line because, quite simply, we get higher rates of return for the principal guarantee of the major banks. Now, a couple things to point out on this. The Government of Canada curve, which is the blue line, is very flat right now, and the yields are extremely low. You'll notice you have to go out 20 years to get 1% on a Government of Canada bond. A 9-year Government of Canada bond, you're looking at 0.5%. So we haven't seen yields this low ever. And a major component of this is the Government of Canada, and I'll let Chart get into this more. They've started doing what's called quantitative easing. So the Bank of Canada is essentially stepping into the market and purchasing bonds to keep yields low. This allows corporations to borrow at lower costs, keeps liquidity in the market, and keeps the bond market functioning. I'll talk about this in a minute, but essentially what happened is in March, bond trading systems in Canada actually shut down. We couldn't trade anything, whether that's cash instruments or bonds, without physically going out and finding a buyer. So the Bank of Canada has stepped in to restore liquidity to the market, and that's why we see that blue curve so low, at such ultra low levels. We don't own any provincial bonds because they're rated the same as the bank bonds, so we prefer to stick on that bank guaranteed curve. Right now, if you go at about 9 years, which we don't own anything that long, you're still sub 3%. So we have to get a bit creative in the tools that we use, but most of the bonds are going to be yielding around that, would sort of expect around a 2.5% yield in the current environment. Now, Chart and I can improve on that. As you can see, year to date and the previous year, those returns are materially higher than the yield on the bonds. And the way we do that is, not getting into too much detail, is we'll capture the roll by crystallizing excess capital gains. So our job essentially is to monitor these bonds once we buy them and look for opportunities to crystallize additional returns for the town when it makes sense to do so. And just as a bit of background, the way we structure these portfolios is a simple bond ladder. So if you look at that red curve, essentially you get paid more, higher rates of interest the longer out you go. So what we'll do is we'll stagger the maturities across that steepest part of the curve. The steepest part is sort of in that 3 to 7 year area. And we split the maturities so we don't have all the money in a 5-year maturity. We'll have some 3 years, some 4 years, some 5 years, some 6 year. So you've got money that's liquid and accessible. As you can see over the last couple of years, there's been some pretty significant withdrawals. If you need the money tomorrow, we can get it tomorrow. And so for that reason, we maintain some shorter maturities to keep the liquidity high. Now, that's one of the main objectives in working with administration, is to make sure that we're optimizing the portfolio to match the liquidity needs. We don't want to have a bunch of short-term bonds that don't yield as much if we're not going to need them in the near future. So that's the yield curve. On the next slide, this is, not going to lie, this has been the most stressful 3 months of the 13 years I've been doing this. Luckily, we were able to make some moves in February to crystallize some gains before this happened. But what ended up happening is that at the end of March, on your March 31st statement, we actually didn't have reliable prices for bonds, and because the bond systems were shut down. We were seeing days where the market was moving 10% in a single day. Normally, 10% move is what we'd call a correction, and it would normally take place over the course of a month or two. But we were seeing single-day moves of 10%, 5%, 10%. As you can see, since the bottom on March 24th, markets have rallied significantly since then. And the good news is that all markets, thanks to the Bank of Canada and sort of panic coming out of the markets, they've stabilized. So now we can trade bonds, no problem. We can access deposits when we need them, and the market has risen. We're still not back to where we were in February, but things look a lot better than they did back in the middle of March. And with that, I think I'll pass it over to Chart for the economic update.
Thanks, James. So with economics, and anytime you look at an economic forecast, especially right now, economists are notorious for saying, here's what we think, holding XYZ constant. And it's hard to have a constant, and especially in the world of COVID-19. And the biggest challenge all world economists, doesn't matter where you were sitting, the biggest challenge any economist faced going forward is trying to assess the impact of not only COVID-19, but also the effect and the effectiveness of this global stimulus that now every World Bank has essentially put out there. Now, if you've turned on the news outlet, as a lot of us have in the past couple of months, chances are probably really high you've heard that phrase, we're all in this together. And from an economics perspective, they're kind of right, but to a point, and I'll get into why. The similarities, where the similarities kind of overlap are because of COVID-19, almost every country around the world is now facing a health, social, and economic challenge balancing act. And to no one's surprise, the social distancing and quarantine measures that we've all essentially had to undergo are going to take a very big bite out of the economy this year. And every economics forecast is just trying to assess how bad that data is going to be. All major advanced economies are forecasting similar deep contractions of GDP. So there's not anybody that's kind of standing out or it's going to be doing good. It's essentially the whole world is going to go into a contraction, with the forecast just around about a 3.9% contraction for the world in 2020, with China being the biggest, leading that pack at negative 1.9%. And the reason being is there's just a lag effect between when COVID-19 hit them and when it hit the rest of the world. And post-COVID-19 is where the similarities kind of stop and we start to differ. The pace of the projected economic recovery in each country is going to be impacted by three things. The first is the strictness of social distancing measures and how successful we are at flattening the curve by each individual country. Because the more successful we are at that, it leads to number two, it's the speed at which we can reopen the economies. And then third, the size and scope of offsetting stimulus. So this is that health, social, and economic balancing act that we're kind of talking about, where the better we are at flattening the curve, the quicker we can open an economy, and all the stimulus the global world banks and governments have been pushing out there can actually start to be realized, and the economies can actually start to do good again. If we actually take a look within Canada and kind of peel back a layer, well, within Canada, the severity of the COVID-19 outbreak, it kind of varied between provinces. At the start, it looked like BC was going to be really bad, but because they got some of the first cases that came to kind of Canada. But again, it looked like it was heading towards a severe outbreak, but they actually managed to flatten the curve pretty quickly. Quebec actually had the opposite course. They started slow, but quickly became the focal point of Canada's COVID-19 outbreak. And where this kind of lies from a forecast perspective, well, province to province, we're all fairly similar. We're all really negative, with Alberta, again, leading the pack at about minus 8.4% GDP contraction in 2020. And obviously, this is largely in part due to low prices and continued low prices of oil. Now, for all of us in Alberta, we're all very used to a low price of oil, but no one in history has ever seen a negative price in oil. And basic financial theory got thrown out the window in April when we saw the first ever negative oil price print. And the biggest question that we received is why? And the why exists because we essentially had a perfect storm of components that affect the price of oil materialized that have never materialized before. The first being from a supply side, too much supply. This is nothing new, it's just more of the same. There was too much oil in the market. The second, not only was demand already low, COVID-19 and quarantines basically shutting world economies basically made demand fall off a cliff. And then the third key piece is a lack of storage. Now, when you have all three of these metrics together, Why that's very important, what happens when you have these three metrics together? Well, if you're not an actual physical buyer of oil and gas, if you're not an oil and gas company and you want exposure to oil, you're considered what's called a financial holder of an oil contract. We'd buy contracts to get the exposure to oil. But one key piece, the way commodities work, specifically oil, is they trade in contract months. So in April, you were trading for a May price. But if you're holding that contract past the expiry date, what that does, based on the rules and regs of that contract, is you actually have to take physical delivery of that oil, which means if you're a retail guy just like us, or you're an institutional investor or hedge fund, you physically have nowhere to put this oil. So when you're waiting for prices to rally and you wait too long and you get close to that expiry date and the perfect storm of too much supply, not enough demand, and lack of storage comes, that's when you start going, we need to pay somebody to take this oil because it's not going to fit in my bathtub. Essentially, that's what we had happen in April. Now, one key piece there, that was a one-off that kind of got created of COVID-19. If we're kind of trying to look at normalizing it, and even before the crisis, anytime someone asks me to forecast the price of oil, when you're doing a forecast from a macroeconomic perspective, you want to strip it down to supply and demand. If we start from supply, even before the oil crisis, these low prices were having a very large impact on oil and gas companies' investments and production within oil-producing provinces. So what this means is you had large oil and gas companies cutting capital expenditure programs, cutting capital projects, and basically shuttering large amounts of forecasted production that was supposed to be coming online, taking it off the market. Going forward, we have new rig counts almost entirely drying up and are some 70% below the average since the 2014 shock. So you have supply falling off even more. It's estimated that production would be down about 16% year over year in Q2. So from a supply perspective, not only do we have future growth coming offline, but we have current growth coming offline. So supply is starting to fall off. From the U.S. perspective, our biggest competitor, we had what caused the downturn in the first place, this really cheap shale oil. Well, without getting into, again, too much detail with this whole OPEC and Russia fiasco that happened during COVID-19, we actually saw bankruptcies start to materialize in the U.S. in terms of U.S. shale producers. Why this is important is because we're actually seeing real physical volume that didn't come offline in the last crash now start to come offline. So we're actually seeing physical oil start to disappear from the market and from forecasts. On the other side of that coin, from a demand perspective, well, if we take a look at what all the world banks are doing, because all the economies have essentially turned off, they're all trying to build all this stimulus stuff. So from an elasticity perspective, if you think of it as an elastic band, you're pulling back on this elastic more and more and more as you do all these federal stimulus programs. As soon as you turn the economy back on, the largest consumers of oil, like China, are going to want to turn on their economies, and there's going to be a large demand pickup for the price of oil. So what you're kind of essentially doing in the oil and gas market is you're creating a scenario. I'm not saying it's actually going to persist, and not even the next 6 months. I'm talking a year or two out there. You're creating a dynamic that didn't exist 5 years ago of an imbalance that's going to shift from supply and demand to which is very supportive of a more sustainable oil price rally going forward, which is a very good silver lining that we can kind of look forward to, especially in Alberta going forward. Taking a step back to Canada, specifically Canadian GDP, April is going to be the worst month for economic activity as we kind of look at how all the month to month and year over year is going to shake out. The economy obviously was clearly taking on water by the end of the first quarter, and that was largely due to the social distancing measures for shutdowns in mid-March that would have a lag effect because of COVID-19. And due to the lag effect of shutting down the economy, you're going to see really bad data coming out for April, the next week or two here. And again, silver lining, April and March are going to look really bad, but we're actually pointing towards real growth in the second half of this year. And that's largely in part because we start to open to these phase 1, phase 2 economic openings that are largely, again, going to have to deal with a very important piece, which is, can we flatten the curve? Canadian housing, at the start of this, at the start of COVID-19, every economist in the world was looking at Canada going, Canadian housing is going to fall, prices are going to fall. Well, we actually didn't see that. The housing market was basically frozen in April. And the reason that is because both sales and new listings were down by pretty much the same percentage, just around 60%, which resulted in a stable sales to listings ratio. The sales to listings ratio is the metrics you want to watch when you're looking at if prices are going to go up or down. when both components into the sales to listings ratio fell at the same rate, people basically, when the economy fell off a cliff, people took their listings off of the market because they're going, we're going to take too big of a hit. It just makes sense to hold. And where that's kind of going to go forward is, as the economy starts to open up and we go into these new phases, you're going to see the economic activity start to pick back up, which we're already seeing in May for the housing market. We're actually seeing listings start to come back on and actually transactions and people actually buying and selling significantly more within May as we start to head into summer demand for the housing market. Now, the last key piece here, what anybody who has a mortgage or anybody's done who owns debt from a housing market perspective, as Canada's response for COVID-19, the first thing they did was the Bank of Canada started cutting interest rates. Well, what that essentially did for homeowners was create an opportunity, if you had the capacity, that's the key piece here, to lock in low rates for a lot longer. So we saw, if you look at the bottom right here, a shift from variable rate mortgages towards fixed rate mortgages, because essentially you can lock in 2.4 or 2.5% for a significantly longer time, and you can also delay mortgage payments as well within Canada. So we actually saw a material shift going away from variable rate mortgages towards fixed rate mortgages, which makes sense because we had a low interest rate environment, which is probably going to persist going forward. Now, I talked a little bit about Canada's economic response and stimulative response, and James kind of alluded to it. Well, it's not alone. We are not alone. Again, we're all in this together from a stimulus perspective. Every world bank, every world economy right now has had similar policy response, both in terms of monetary and fiscal policy. It was swift and it was large. To give you guys an understanding of the scale of stimulus we've seen from all the world banks, the amount of stimulus that has been pushed out in the last 2 months is what it took 3 years to push out from after the global financial crisis. So that's to give you a sense of the actual amount of scale that's coming out of global stimulus right now. It is large, and and it kind of speaks to that elastic band analogy where we're pulling back on this elastic. So as soon as the world economy starts coming back up and everybody starts to turn back online, you're going to see a very large uptick in that demand. Now, the types of stimulus are varied, direct versus indirect. Some countries opting more towards supporting household incomes, others focusing on more on support for economies. For companies, we've heard things like trickle-down effect. Specifically, impact to municipalities like yourselves is the larger percentage of countries are implementing things like tax strategies, tax deferrals, tax relief. The key piece that we have been talking to a lot of municipalities about here is the response from the Bank of Canada and from more specifically the governments is tax deferrals. Taxes are still going to be received. It's just a matter of when. So COVID-19, the difference between this and the 2008 financial crisis is 2008, there was a fundamental shift in the banking. There was a fundamental change within the markets. This is what we call a transitory change. Like if we think about 9/11, it was transitory. There was an end. COVID-19 is going to have an end. It's just a matter of figuring out when that end is going to come. So it's just kind of buying time is essentially what every world bank is doing out there right now. Now, from a Canadian perspective, if you total up the total dollars from how much stimulus we've been doing, the dollars look large. We're pushing close to, I believe the last forecast I looked was over $200 billion of stimulus. Now, if we look at that number alone, it sounds like a very large number, and it's like, how are we going to dig ourselves out of this debt? We always want to make sure you look at it relative to its peers and from a capacity perspective. And how you measure capacity is the debt to GDP ratio. Debt to GDP ratio in terms of our peers, the G7 countries. So before this COVID-19, where Canada kind of sat in a debt capacity ratio was near the bottom. So even if we take a look at this $200 billion and you add that into the debt to GDP percentage ratio, where we kind of sit post COVID-19 is relatively in line where all the other economies were, all the other countries were pre-COVID-19. So we kind of have a head start because we didn't have too much debt going into this. And that number, just to point out, takes into account things like provincial and municipal debt as well. So that it's encompassing all government, all Canadian debt. Lastly, and I'll touch on it pretty quick. This chart just kind of shows you our forecast, the CFC's forecast for the Bank of Canada and the U.S. Overnight target rate. As you can see, it was cut to 0.25, and it's going to stay there for the better part of all of next year. Canada has very vocally come out and said they're not going to go to negative interest rates. If you guys think of it from a tools and your tool belt perspective, if you cut rates to zero, you essentially have no tools. So you want to make sure that you leave something in the tool belt just in case the economy doesn't do what it wants. Same thing with the U.S. They cut the overnight rates, targeted 0.125, and it's going to stay there till the end of December. Currency, it's obviously going to get beat up on Canada a little bit going into the end of the year, but then stay relatively stable around 1.4. Now, this is a fairly large amount of data we just kind of throw at you, but just to summarize it real quick, from a legislative perspective, you guys' investment portfolio is bound by the Municipal Government Act, which focuses completely on principal guaranteed investments. So once we're in that box of principal guaranteed investments, it's just finding a way to maximize your return in that principal guaranteed box. The investment portfolio has performed really strong, even in the current economic environment, even in the current economic volatility. And speaking of volatility, we do expect more levels of volatility to persist, even if you look at the US right now and what's happening there in terms of the riding. It's going to lead to more and more volatility in terms of the economy and the economic market. What that means specifically for your portfolio is more opportunities for us to kind of come in and crystallize those capital gains where it persists in the portfolio, as James is kind of leading into. And from the economy, again, we just talked about it. Alberta has we're kind of creating this groundwork and this base for a potential to create a more sustainable positive price rally, this boom bust that we're used to going forward. And from a world economic perspective, when we see the economy start to turn back online, if we can flatten the curve, you're going to have a lot of stimulus that's going to be put to work really quick across the globe. Again, we're all in this together, and that's what they kind of mean. So I'll stop it right there and kind of open it up for questions from myself and James.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, Shart and James. I appreciate that. That was very helpful to understand what's happening in our economy in terms of economic stimulus going on and in the investment sector. Members of council, if you want to message me, if you want to ask questions of clarity and understanding to James and Shart, we'll do that right now. Okay, I don't see nobody has chimed in, but I'll ask the first question then. You guys, the slide, like 2 back there where it showed the debt levels. If you can go back, thank you. So I appreciate this graph, and it shows that after COVID-19, we are in a position where other countries were pre-COVID-19. But at some point, is our economy going to recession where we cannot afford to pay the interest payments on that debt that we have? I look at the comparison charts of Japan, Italy, a little bit of Germany and stuff, where the countries have so much debt that their overall GDP cannot service that debt level.
So the big thing with Japan to keep in mind is that Japan was the first one to essentially cut rates to zero. When you do things like that, and what I like with Canada coming out vocally and saying they're not cutting interest rates to zero is when you basically take all the tools out of your tool belt, that bottom half of the equation, the debt to GDP, you give yourself less opportunity to kind of stimulate your economy from GDP's perspective. You're just essentially waiting for demand to come out. So the big key piece here is, do we have the ability to service it? This chart shows you, yes, we do have the ability to service it. And if we look back on the forecast, and I'll just jump back here real quickly to where Canada's going to sit going forward, we can see that we come back into a 2021, because COVID-19 is a transitory change in the market and the economies are going to recover back into growth. You can see come back 2021, world economies are going to essentially start to grow again. So from a capacity perspective, shorter answer is yes, we do still have that capacity to pay those payments.
Okay, thank you for that. Next on queue is Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to the principal protected notes, both the auto call and the income. What is the underlying asset that is the basis of it? Whether that's the TSX or Standard & Poor's, or whatever it is. And can you basically tell me how it's measured and evaluated in terms of the annual return?
Very sophisticated question. So I didn't get too much into detail on this, just given the time restraint, but good question. The short answer is the underlying asset on the income PPNs is the BMO Dividend Growers Index. That's an index of the 15 large cap stocks of over $1 billion with the highest dividend growth rates over the previous quarter. Now, to talk a bit about the principal protected notes for council members and who may not be aware of how we're managing these. So a principal protected note is basically another tool in the toolbox, which allows us to access higher returns offered by the stock market without risking our capital. So what we're doing is on an auto-callable principal protected note, if the market is flat or higher on any anniversary date, so let's say we buy it today, in a year from now, if the market is flat or higher, we get our principal back plus, say, a 4% coupon. And that coupon will accrue at 4% per year until it's called. And what we do is whenever we do these on a new issue basis, is we'll back test it going back as far as the data goes. And historically speaking, the notes that we own on the auto call side, 100% of the time they've been called. So the question isn't if we're going to get the coupon, it's when. The longest these have gone is 4 years if we go back through history. Obviously, this is a unprecedented period, but the good news is this is the best time trade chart I've ever done, and I don't think we'll ever match this, is that in January and February, we locked in the gains on our principal protected notes. So these are notes that pay out what the market does. We crystallized them in January and February, and then we restruck them as the market had fallen off. So excellent timing there, which is why our returns are so strong. If you're looking at, I think you also asked a follow-up question on the how do we measure the annualized return. The nice thing about the auto call and the income PPN is your return is fixed. So we did a strategic shift. We oversee about $2.25 billion. We moved about 300 million of variable PPNs into fixed rate PPNs, which basically removes that factor because our return is fixed, if that makes sense. So every year that coupon will accrue, and then we can easily know in advance what the return is that we're going to get, rather than just leaving it up to whatever the market does. Does that answer your question?
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, it does. Just one question, like in terms of the risk of having like a 0% return, what would have to happen? So bottom line is, you said that every year, let's say for example, year one, you do not have a positive return on the 15 large caps, for example. Then so you wouldn't get that 4% return. So then you'd wait till the next year. Is that correct?
Correct, and then you'd get an 8% return, and that process repeats up to 7 years. So for you not to make the 4% per year, the market would have to never be flat or higher on any anniversary date for 7 years, which historically speaking has never happened. So again, it's a tool that we have that we use for all of our municipal clients. It's not for all the money; it's for a portion of the portfolio. But they have been our best performing asset, and we expect them to continue to perform well.
And James, if I could just add to that as well. So when there was a question about the underlying index, I think it makes sense to talk about how we kind of pick which underlying index we're looking at as well. When we are taking a look at anything that has that market-linked bonds, anything like that, we are very particular to make sure that we back test these from a statistical perspective or probabilities perspective, to ensure that that when we're taking on this calculated, I don't want to say risk because it's still a principal guarantee product, of an unknown return perspective or contingent return, that the probability is significantly high. When we're saying significantly high, is it's never gone below the threshold. And the reason we can do that is we don't tie them to things that are very volatile. Like we're not going to tie them to the TSX energy index where it's moving 5-6% per day. We're tying them to very stable indexes that have performance and a track record of performing through varying economic cycles, which with really relatively strong fundamentals behind them. So that's why we can speak to the lower volatility of those products. That's why we pick those underlying indexes as well.
That's right.
Thank you very much. And by the way, a very excellent presentation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. That was very well asked, and I think that provides council a lot of more information than what we had before. Moving on is Councillor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. My question is in regards to the Alberta economy, because I heard you guys say the recovery is dependent on the ability to flatten the curve and therefore be able to reopen. With Alberta being sort of ahead of the curve and compared to Ontario and Quebec, but Ontario and Quebec sort of being the largest populations, how can we expect sort of that difference to affect Alberta's ability to recover?
So Alberta's a little bit of an anomaly. Even within Canada, we've always existed within our own economic bubble, even within Canada. And the reason being is it's heavily reliant on the price of oil. So no different, even though Alberta's economy is going to start to open back up, and yes, that's going to help us from a small business and retail and consumer staples perspective, and from that demand, the big key metric that still exists is you still need to see the price of oil kind of get to a more sustainable level to the point where we could have renewed growth. So yes, we are ahead of the curve, but it's going to be very much contingent still, because one of our factors is contingent on other external demand, if that makes sense.
Thank you. If I can just sort of repeat what I heard, and you tell me if I heard right. So yes, we're ahead of the curve, and that's good for those metrics about opening. But basically, oil is still a driver there, and so that'll also still be affecting us.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Move on to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, James and Charette, for the great presentation. Kind of building off Mayor Choi's questions and the charts that you were looking at there, the forecasted rebound for 2021. Does this contemplate a potential second wave, and how does that potential second wave impact those charts and those figures and that rebound? And second question on top of that is, does a shift in business operations to more of an online and virtual presence mitigate some of that risk of a rebound?
Two things for that. One is the second wave. Yes, this does anticipate some type of second wave. I don't want to say a second peak, but a second wave come in Q4 this year. But the one personal thing I have, again, when you look at economics, it's holding XYZ constant. If you look at the financial models that we had on what COVID was going to do and how many people were going to be affected, the amount of deaths and active cases and things like that, those numbers were so drastically wrong, essentially, from what reality was, that it's kind of hard to bake in that forecast like fully within the modeling. So even when I show you guys this economics, it's kind of going, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because COVID-19, as we all know, is this unknown wild card that even the best doctors out there, the best epidemiologists, were unable to kind of forecast accurate infection rates within Canada and the globe, not utilizing the states here. They're kind of in their own hot water scenario right now. But within Canada, it's kind of hard to predict what that COVID-19 is going to do. Do these numbers take into account? Yes, but how accurate those forecasts in the first place from healthcare professionals are, if we look at if the past forecasts are any indication, it's going to be wrong, and wrong to our benefit.
And just to add to that, I think the second part of your question regarding sort of what will be the lasting impact of this sort of COVID-19. Our economics team put out a really good piece about sort of consumer preferences before the pandemic and how things have shifted since. And what they kind of realized was that the trends that you're seeing now, sort of a shift to more technology, working from home, those were already sort of in place prior to COVID-19. So their kind of theory is that once this pandemic passes, those trends will still be there, but in terms of the impact to growth, it shouldn't actually be that material because consumer preferences should revert back to those trends that were there pre-COVID-19. There's certain things that you just can't replace, like having conferences, face-to-face meetings. Those are intangible that people just value. I think what they did point out, though, is that the hospitality and the restaurant industry, those may be some lasting changes there in terms of consumers' willingness to travel.
All right. Thank you very much. Any more questions from members of council?
Can I follow up, Your Worship?
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate those answers that were given, and I think there was a very important point that was raised about the infection rates based on the predictions that were made, and I think one of the big factors in that is going to be, did the infection rates end up where they ended up because of the actions that were taken? And as we move forward, even though we're seeing some positivity and relaunch, what is that going to look like, as you mentioned, as that lasting impact? And if we find a second wave does happen and that reverts us back to what we saw 6 to 8 weeks ago, how does that continue to impact us long term? Because I can't remember the term you used for COVID-19, similar to 9/11, where it's impacted its market and the rebound. But is there a potential for this to actually turn into something that is significantly longer lasting and does not have a guaranteed rebound?
There absolutely is the potential for this to persist a lot longer term, because there's so many unknown variables, from like a vaccine and all these other things that kind of exist outside the realm of economics. But the reason that the term I used was transitory in terms of from a 9/11 to the COVID-19, and the reason that as we kind of go forward and as you get to the second wave, and even if this does persist longer, the difference between that second wave, third wave, say fourth wave, and it persists even further is you now have economic data sets that we can pull from to know what that impact is going to be on the economy. And the issue on why that downturn happened so quickly and how sharp that drop off was is nobody knew how bad the data was. No one had any idea how to forecast what was going to happen. So as we go through, if this persists a lot longer, the positive is you have significantly more data sets to try and navigate through. We know that the data is going to be bad, but that transition to, say, we're in a normal and then we all have to go back into quarantine, that transition phase is a lot shorter. And again, more data to just pull from helps with forecasters going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Okay, seeing nothing. Thank you very much, James and Shard, for the presentation. It was very informative, and I definitely like the analogy that you guys use as a rubber band. Everything that our governments have done to provide stimulus and et cetera to get us ready for the rebound. I think you're absolutely right. When this thing turns around and the whole economy is reopened, providing that there's a large demand for oil and gas, we should. That last band should shoot our economy back and make it hot again. So thank you very much for that.
We appreciate the time, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, members of council, we're finished the presentations and delegation section. Moving on to business items. Looking at number 5.1, which is the fiscal sustainability framework. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're here tonight to present the Fiscal Sustainability Framework Project Plan. As Council knows, this was added to the current strategic plan as a key action under the Governance and Partners pillar. So the town, as many other municipalities, faces numerous challenges and pressures that can challenge financial sustainability. Financial sustainability is about ensuring that the town has the financial capability to meet its strategic goals and continue to deliver services into the future. This is done by long-term planning, forecasting, and a common understanding. In 2013, Council approved a suite of 7 updated financial policies and laid a strong groundwork for the fiscal framework. The intent of this framework is to formalize the town's approach to financial decision-making and continuous long-term financial planning through agreed-upon principles, strategies, and processes. Once complete, it will work as a reference document in decision-making with questions for administration and council to consider under each strategy area. The key principles that the framework will be based upon are sustainability, flexibility, and minimizing vulnerability, as these are the most significant indicators of a government's financial condition, and that's based on the public sector statement of recommended practices. So questions will be formed for each strategy and will be documented within the framework document, and we have attached some of those considerations on whole that will be considered for each principle on pages 38 and 39 of the agenda package. So to give you a bit of context around each principle, the first one is, for the key principles, is sustainability. It speaks to being financial sustainable now into the future by providing and maintaining programs at acceptable levels of taxation. So it's really about balancing priorities and understanding the impact of the decisions on the future tax rate, the reserves, and other financial considerations. So I often think of the tax-funded debt as a good example where we often have discussion with council, and if the layering of that debt on top of other existing service demands is sustainable for the tax base now and also into the future. I think a key about this framework is that it's long-term and looking into the impact into the future. The second key principle, flexibility, speaks to maintain a degree of financial flexibility to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. So what level of reserve should be held as contingency, or what is the maximum amount of debt council is comfortable borrowing? So that something, and COVID is a good current example, when something like this hits us, do we have the flexibility to reallocate or fund priorities that may not have been considered? Essentially, we can't know everything, and how do we know there are enough financial resources there when we need them? And then the third key principle, minimizing vulnerability, speaks to considering the reliance on sources of funding outside of the town control. A good example being, the MSI funding that we receive from the province, and also by strategically allocating funding sources in a sustainable manner. So matching one-time grants to one-time expenditures, making sure that that matches into the future, or even a more difficult situation of ensuring new programs or services, which may get initial grants. What does that funding look like into the future, and understanding the financial implication of that? I think the vulnerability also speaks to the risks of moving ahead or deferring, and there's always balancing points between those, but making sure that council understands those things. And to me, one that pops in my head as I think about is the infrastructure, and you can defer it, but there may be risks of failure or doing things now, and what does that mean from the financial side of things? The supplemental principles, and I guess the other thing I would say is just, many of these things we talk about and are included in the analysis we provide to you currently, but it's really just formalizing them in one document so that everyone is on the same page. So the supplemental principle of the strategic plan and corporate priorities is a good one that, we have strong foundational documents in place. And it's just making sure that as we make decisions, we understand the impact of those. And, if we make this decision, how does that impact the other priorities? And so that's clearly laid out from a financial perspective. Efficiency and equitability, I think, are fairly self-explanatory, just making sure that services are provided in an efficient manner with the resources available, and that they're equitable, in other words, fair. So to the greatest extent possible, we always look that those who benefit from the services will pay for the services. So supporting that notion of intergenerational equity. And then the final principle is transparency, which is always important with public funds. So clearly communicating the significant challenges and considerations with financial decisions to the public. So with the framework, we're proposing that we look at 6 of these strategies in 2020, with the remaining 7 to be reviewed in 2021 based on our just current internal capacity. And on page 35 of your agenda package, you can see the schedule that we're looking at. So we'll go a little bit further into investments. You had a good presentation tonight, and we'll pull out the policies around that in June and go through those with council. Then debt management is planned for July, and utility self-sustaining strategy in September, and the capital funding in October. Asset management's one that has already begun, was in the corporate plan last year, is now in the strategic plan. And there will be a multi-year project as we work through the assets and how they're being managed and funded into the future. But there is an October 2020 planned update for council on that one. And then internally, we've been strengthening our processes around department planning and budgeting, including environmental scans. And these all feed into the corporate plan and making sure that we're understanding sort of the interconnection between the departments, but as well as making sure that we are prioritizing and doing the right things there as well. So that's really more, some of these processes are more internal focused and some are very external. So there's a combination of that. With that, I'll leave that as my summary, but I can answer any questions about the project, and looking forward to the upcoming months of going through these each with council.
Okay, thank you very much to the general manager. Right now, I'll open up the floor for questions of clarity and understanding. And first on the speaker list, I have Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is actually just a comment. Do you want me to wait until later?
Yes, please. Okay, moving on to Deputy Mayor Mannies. Do you have a question for clarity and understanding?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do. Under equitability, I have a question. So basically, with regards to the comment, it says, are those who benefit from the service the ones paying for the service? My question is, how do we incorporate in principles the responsibility of the community as a whole versus a few that benefit? And the example I'll provide is during the flood, we maybe had 1 or 2% of our households that were impacted, and they were severely impacted. And the point is, do we not have the responsibility to provide a safe, quality community to live? And so in here, I would ask about what is the responsibility of the community as a whole versus the few who benefit as a principle?
Thank you for the question. I think that, your question there just speaks to me to the framework of, and part of it, is debate, and there's not a right or wrong answer on some of these things, but it's about discussing those things as we're making decisions to say, should this be funded by the community as a whole, and do we need to put principles around that? Can we do that, and can we put some things into policy, or is it going to be a discussion and making the decision based on that good discussion and moving forward? So they're definitely, it's challenging, and that's a great example on the flood project of, who should pay for that. And I think, to me, the framework just speaks to helping us frame those questions. And, on the administrative side, hopefully giving you good information so that you're comfortable making those decisions into the future.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody, members of council, for understanding and clarity? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask a question for understanding and clarity. As mentioned by the general manager, that the current fiscal policies bylaw was adopted by council in 2013, and the proposed dates for the kind of renewal or updating of this bylaw is going to happen throughout this year and next year. So my question to administration is, what is our return on investment on this? And it was also mentioned in your report that we can, if we wanted it done this year, we can hire it out and have a consultant do it. So of course that costs money, but if that improves our ability as a town to be more fiscally sustainable, is that worth the return on investment that we would take to hire this consultant?
Your Worship, I would answer the question in that, any project we do, I guess it to me, it depends how fast council wants to move through these things. There's always the advantage of when you bring in a consultant, you get their expertise and you get their opinion. And then when we lead it internally, you get our more in-depth knowledge as to how we're doing things, and we definitely go at a slower pace, which is sometimes an advantage and sometimes a disadvantage. So either way is acceptable. We've proposed to do it internally. Maybe it's because we're the finance people, so we always want to save money, but it could be done either way and come to a successful outcome. I guess it's really about council's comfort and how quickly you'd like to move through the project.
Okay, thank you very much. And see no more questions for clarity and understanding. I'm going to move on to a motion so that we can discuss it as the council. Members of council, I'll ask Councillor Bennett for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council accept the Fiscal Sustainability Framework update for information.
Okay, and you can leave your mic on. You can ask the first question or comment because you had a comment, and this is the time now.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that as our backgrounder stated, in 2013, it was council that approved the suite of 7 financial policies. That process that we went through was so beneficial in that I think that it helped to make our foundation very strong in this regard. The fact that we did it internally then also gave council a chance to learn and to go along with the process. I think that any council member that came on board after this suite of policies have come in have greatly benefited from the map, basically, that was laid out at that time. So I just want to thank our administration for bringing this forward, and for one, I'm looking forward to the process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Any other questions, comments regarding the motion or what was presented to us? Okay. See no hands up in chambers and see no any message from me, so I will call the question. All those that are opposed. Okay. See no opposition. That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to 5.2, the groundwater dewatering system update. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight we have an item in front of you regarding the groundwater and dewatering system in the town. As Council is aware, it is a strategic initiative of Council, and one of the key actions was for the town to review and provide and plan for sustainable use of the town's dewatering system. So we're here tonight to provide an update on some potential improvements to the dewatering system in the town. With me today, we've got Mr. Zirk and Mr. Kassler from our Planning and Infrastructure Department. We've also got Roger Klizold, Jennifer Catt, and Ben Gillum from Hydrogeological Consultants Limited, HCL, who have been working with us on the town's dewatering system for many, many years now. So they know the history and they know the background. So at this time, I'll pass it over to Mr. Zirk, who's going to lead council through the presentation we've put together.
Okay. Thank you much, General Manager, and welcome, Manager Zirk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council. So I'm just going to get this loaded up here for you. Okay, is that on screen?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Can you make it a full screen?
Yeah, just trying to. How about that?
Yeah. Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So thank you, everyone, for letting us come here and present today. I'm going to talk to you about basically 2 parts in this presentation. We're going to have part 1 of the presentation, which is the background on our dewatering system. And the part 2 on the presentation is about an initiative we're going to put forward through in the corporate planning process on basically some water well drilling we're proposing around town. I'm pleased to have HCL with us today. They're a long-term partner with our Public Works Department and with the town of Stony Plain. We're lucky to have Roger here as well, who has actually been involved in our groundwater system all the way back since 1972. He was one of the lead guys when it was first installed. So it's great to have him here to be able to talk about some of the history on this project and why it's important to the town. It's something that is not talked about too much. It's always going on in the background. You hear about it a bit. You see a few of the wells in the building that's in the forest green area, but it is a critical piece of infrastructure that without it, we'd have significant problems in the forest green area. So that's what we're here to talk about today. Part of the background here and part of the future drilling project that I'm going to talk to you about is part of our council commitment and our organizational goals for environmental sustainability. So when we're thinking of this project, we want to ensure that future generations are sustainable. We want to ensure the sustainability within the town of Stony Plain. Public Works is always striving to achieve this in everything we do, and this is one of our main tasks that our utilities department is very focused on. With that being said, I'm going to pass it on to Roger, and he's going to talk to you a bit about the background of this project.
Thank you very much, Greg. Good evening, everyone. I am Roger Clissold, and I have been involved with the Stony Plain groundwater system since 1976, and so a bit of a history that goes on here. The forest green sanitary sewer was installed in 1975 using a temporary dewatering system. And then things were kind of left, and in 1976, they had houses ready for occupancy, and the sewer failed. They had to put the people up in a motel. The sewer was repaired with a temporary dewatering system. The sewer failed again. Sewer was repaired with a temporary dewatering system, and the sewer system failed again. So they decided a new approach was needed, and HCL was actually contacted to determine if a permanent dewatering system could be designed and operated. We did some preliminary testing. The answer was yes. The system was designed and implemented, and it was implemented by the end of May in 1976, and they were able to repair the sewer, and it did become operational, and the calculation that we had come up with said that we needed to pump 5,900 cubic meters a day to keep the water level below the sewer. And just to put that number in perspective, that would fill 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools every day. HCL has been preparing report, as Jen will talk to later, for several years, requirement under the Act, the Water Act, that allows the system to operate. And so we have been, the town has been providing us with the data that we use to support that or keep that application or license in compliance. Unfortunately, the dewatering system was not being operated adequately. We did bring it to attention in our reports. However, by 1989, the dewatering had decreased to a level that allowed the water level to rise, and the sewer system needed a repair. It didn't fail completely, but it did need repair at a cost of what I've been told was about $500,000. And the system has gone along. There have been improvements in these last few years, but in 2019, the water level was approaching a level that is of great concern. And I'll get into that later. May I have the next slide, please? So the present dewatering system consists of 3 dewatering wells. They're labeled 10C, 12C, and 13B, as you can see on the diagram there. And we have an observation water well It's called 14A, and that is our marker. We register the water level in that, which tells us what the water level is in the aquifer, and it can be related to the sanitary sewer. When the system was first operated in 1976, I have to say there was an incredible pushback from local residents. I think there were 15 water wells in town that we dried up, which created a lot of problem. I think I was on television more times than I've ever been in my life related to the open houses that were held. But the objective was to keep the water level below the sewer, and Alberta Environment said they would never ever issue a license for that. It took them 2 years later, they did issue the license because they couldn't find any other use for the water. So that's basically the system as it sits right now. The next slide, please. When we started on this system, we were actually operating, we had right on the far east side there of the Forest Green subdivision, we have dewatering well 1H, which is reclaimed. That one we had, it was too far east to be of any use. If you go further west, and you can see right by Oatway Drive there, dewatering well 5F, that operated till 1979, and there has been no pumping from that since then. And then we had the 3 dewatering wells, which in 1976 they were dewatering. They were 10A, 12A, and 13A. The change in numbers has been because these water wells have been serviced, and but unfortunately HCL was not involved with any of that. It was all done through a local contractor. Excuse me. And we have 14A, which is the one where we monitor the water level. Also on that diagram, you have 6 control points, C1, C2, right through to C6. When this system was designed, the objective that I was given was to have the elevation of the water level in the aquifer at those 6 control points. They gave me elevations. I had to have the water level below those elevations. That essentially became the criteria we used for designing the system. Now, the water level they wanted was below the sewer, which if you have to go in and repair that sewer, you would want the water level below that level. But we have found that and I'll show you in a few minutes what has happened with the water level over the years. But in 1977, we were pumping roughly that 5,900 cubic meters a day. In 2019, we were pumping 28% of that. We were pumping only 1,650 cubic meters a day. So that's how the system is operated, with all the pieces of it. I think I'll let Jen talk about the license now, or Ben.
Next slide, please. So my name is Jennifer Catt, and I work with HCL. As Rogers mentioned, the town does hold a Water Act license. In Alberta, all non-domestic usage of water must be licensed under the Water Act. In fact, this was one of the first dewatering license that was ever issued in Alberta, and it authorizes the town to essentially dewater. Currently, the license allows the town to use the water to irrigate the Stony Plain Golf Course, and the rest has to be returned to Atom Creek. As a license holder, the town does have some responsibilities. They do have to measure the diversion and water levels on a weekly basis from all of the dewatering wells. And as well, they have to prepare an annual report, which we've been submitting on their behalf for quite a few years. On top of which, this license doesn't expire, so this isn't something you need to renew every so many years. Next slide, please.
One second here, trying to get it to load up. There we go.
Okay, it's Roger back again. What is showing on the slide is the the depth to water in the observation water well 12A, and this is from 1976 right through to 2020, and these dots are the water level, highest water level measured in each week, and we just summarize it for that level. Now, what happened? This red line is the license that you have says you cannot take the water level in 14A below a certain depth. It happens to be 9.2 meters below ground. We calculated that the water level needed to be 7.8 meters below ground, or I'm sorry, below top of casing in this water well to make sure that the water level was below the sewer everywhere. And what has happened is that over the years, as you can see, this water level increases downward. So the water level had climbed up. And this is where the water level was in 1989 when there was a sewer failure. The diversion started to increase, and it has been fluctuating more or less in here. And we have had a few readings that show sorry, you can't see my cursor. It's been more or less constant, 1992 through 2012, staying mainly below 5 meters. We do, in 2009, we get one water level that's up higher. We think that's just a bad reading. There's 3 more that are sitting right underneath that red line that, again, appear to be bad readings, bad data. But you can see as we get to the end of into 2019, 2020, the water level is getting very close to that red line. Now, we've said that that red line represents there's a risk. It failed there once before. Will it fail the next time the water level gets there? We don't know. But from our perspective, the best place to keep that water level is further down. The deeper it is, the better it is for the longevity of the sewer. So if I have the next slide, please. This is the annual groundwater diversion that has been measured, and sometimes inadequate data were provided. We had to estimate diversion. So the data really gets kind of iffy. The first 3 years, Day-On Developments paid for all of the groundwater dewatering, and then they exited and the town took over. And as you can see, the diversion in 1980 dropped to 1 million, and part of that was 5F coming off stream. But between then and 1989, you can see how the diversion just decreased. In 1990, we have an incomplete data set, and in 1992, we have incomplete data sets. We have no idea what the diversion was, but you can see that it increased as we went through to about 1998. Then from 1998, there has been a general decline. We kind of stayed in around 800,000 cubic meters a year, but in 2019, we have that drop in diversion and the water level rising. And we are suggesting that the town target really to divert about 1.2 million cubic meters a year to be a safe level of diversion for the safe water level. The next slide, Ben.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Ben Gillum with Hydrogeological Consultants. I've worked with the town Public Works Department over the last few years on some upgrades to the groundwater monitoring at the Forest Green dewatering sites that include for all 4 water wells, there is now water level data loggers installed that measure and record water level data. The 3 dewatering wells are each equipped with a turbine-type flow meter with digital display that reports the instantaneous rate and cumulative total. All 4 water wells have remote telemetry units installed where the hourly diversion data from the individual turbine flow meter for each of the 3 dewatering wells is sent to the HCL live site hourly. and hourly water level data from the observation water well is also sent to the HCL live site, where the town's personnel has access to view the data online through their phone, tablet, or computer. There are plans to complete further upgrades to include connecting the water level data loggers installed in the 3 dewatering wells also to remote telemetry, but a physical connection from the water level data logger over to the location where the remote telemetry unit is stationed is required to complete this task. Once this task is complete, all the water level data and diversion data for the 4 water wells will be available online through the HCL live site. Next slide, please.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to jump in here now, Council. The first phase of this project, I guess, was giving you a bit of a background on things that are going on, what Public Works is looking after, and some of our upgrades that we've done. We're going to continue working with the HCL with further upgrades to that dewatering system and meeting those target levels that Roger discussed with you and showed you on the graphs. So the second part of this presentation it's very similar, so it's why we wanted to include it in this presentation, but it's slightly different about a new operational strategy going forward. So one thing Public Works is going to be putting forward in the new corporate plan is drilling of wells. So the locations that we're proposing to drill wells, and there's 6 of them, is essentially at every single outdoor skating rink around town. You have 6 locations there. And the main reason why we're proposing this is for environmental sustainability. It's very important going forward. We're using a truck that's filling up at that forest green dewatering station. So an individual has to get in the truck, go drive over there, turn on the pump, fill up the truck, then drive over to the ice rink and flood the rink. So essentially, you can only flood your skating rinks as quick as you can fill up that truck and drive it. Why this is going to help with our operational efficiency is you have 6 well locations where perhaps if we get a very cold spell in the beginning of November, we could suddenly send 6 different parks operators to each location, turn them on all individually, and have our rinks open. What could be 3 weeks could be a month earlier than normally we get these open because we're simply waiting on the truck to move water as quick as it can. So not only is it more environmentally friendly and sustainable, but it improves our operational efficiency. So how we're going to be putting this forward in the corporate plan is working with HCL in 2021 about the feasibility of getting the licenses at these 6 locations, as well as studying the drawdown effect with the groundwater program in each of these. And then phase 2 would be the drilling and the infield construction work at each of these locations. The optional part is a phase 3. If we wanted to go ahead and put more dewatering wells at each of the sports fields, ones that aren't focused on outdoor rinks or skating, but just sports fields in general. Currently right now you have some sports fields being watered out of a fire hydrant, and to be more environmentally friendly, having groundwater being used for watering these fields would be a good thing for the town. So just zooming into each location, you have six fields here. Meridian Heights is an obvious one. Westera Rink, John Paul II. Why these are good places to do it as well is you already have electrical running to the heated shacks that are located essentially by every single rink. The only one that's a little bit different is the last one on here, Rotary Park, where there's not a heated shack and change room. But there is electrical already running to the Rotary Park location. So all it would consist of is drilling a well at each location, having a small building there as a pump house, electrical connection, so you have heat and then a hose that you can pull out and water your area for creating the ice. So as part of the study we're looking at here, essentially it's $45,000 for each location to do the construction. We're also proposing in 2021 the study of $20,000 to ensure we can get the license, we can ensure we can do the drilling, and a few of those upgrades at the forest green location. We're looking at maybe changing out the pumps of our current dewatering system so we can increase that pumping capacity and draw down the water table as we speak. So that's something that'll be coming forward in the corporate plan in 2021. And I think I'm just going to leave it up for questions. I'll pass it on to Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting us, HCL and Public Works, present to you today.
Okay. Thank you much for the presentation. And I'll open up for questions just for clarity of the presentation. First up is Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Zirk and the members of HCL for bringing this forward. It's been a long time coming. I'm very glad to see this in front of us this evening. I do have a couple of questions of clarity, and I guess the first is when we look back at the chart that was presented that showed the safe zones and the caution zone and the failure zones. I'm not sure if we can get back to that slide on the presentation at all. And while we're finding that, I'll pose the question. There's very, very limited time in that on that chart that shows us actually in what's called the safe zone, and many other. Yeah, that's the slide there, and a huge amount of the data shows us in the cautionary zone. Given that our license allows for the pumping of approximately 2.1 cubic meters a year, I'm just curious as to if either the manager or somebody from HCL can just discuss why we would continue to be in the cautionary zone and why we would not be looking to pump more. Seeing that we've only pumped approximately 600,000 cubic meters in 2019 and how high that is and how close it is to the sanitary sewer risk zone. Is this just a lifespan of the pumps or the capacity of the pumps in the remaining wells, or what are the factors that play into our ability to actually pump to the safe zone and the capacity in which we're allowed to pump out of there?
Good. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. That's the same question I had, so it's a very good one. I think all council is thinking that as well.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Laurie there. I'm going to start with it, and then I'm going to pass it off to HCL to answer it as well. So a lot of it has to do with the capacity of the current system, the pumps in the well that's currently installed. So that's why I mentioned going forward, we're going to work with HCL at possible upgrading we can do there, some changes we can make to increase the pumping capacity. There's a couple technical things that we've already been in discussion with HCL. So I'm actually going to pass it on to them, and they can tell you a few more details on what we can do to increase that. Wonder if I can get Ben or Roger here to jump in.
Do you want to do that, Ben?
Sure, I can definitely I can start, and we can see where it goes. But with regards to, I guess, why more water is not being pumped out of the aquifer from the dewatering system, there has been some challenges over the years with pipeline failures and dewatering wells not having the ability to pump. We also expect that there's a dole valve on the pumps as well that is reducing the amount of water being pumped from each dewatering well. The dole valves are typically installed to protect the pumps from being damaged if the water level goes below or to the pump intake. So we believe that safety is in play. And as Greg has mentioned, we have been in communication and talking back and forth about ways to improve the system. I think everybody wants to see more water being pumped out of the aquifer, and we have brought forth some temporary means. Yeah, there are ways to increase diversion using the existing dewatering wells that are currently at the forest green sites. It's just going to be a matter of making some minor tweaks to get more water out of the aquifer, and then we're going to have better controls as to maintaining the water level in the aquifer, in the dewatering wells, and also in this observation water well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was a thorough explanation, Councillor Laurie.
Yeah, thank you. It was, and I do agree that with automation and telemetry, I'm sure we'll see some improvements in that as well as what you've already been talking about. What we heard in the presentation, though, I think the well was called well 5, I think it was, that was decommissioned because its location was too far away from the aquifer. And then what I'm hearing is for phase 2, we're looking at putting these wells at all of our facilities, which I think the principle of it is great. But if the well that was just a few hundred meters away from this location was too far away to actually cause a change in the aquifer, do we really believe that wells placed at our rinks around the town will have any impact, especially considering that their usage will likely be very minimal when we're talking the volume of water that we're talking?
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, administration.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Again, I'll start this off and I'll pass it on to Roger because we had this discussion earlier. The proposal, why I guess you should think of it as a phase 1, phase 2, is doing these 6 wells around town. They're not going to make any change in that forest green area. It's essentially a completely separate project that won't change the results on this graph or forest green, as well as it won't pump as much water as needs to be pumped. So drilling those, the licensing requirement is very similar. The recording of it, it's more for operational efficiency, more for environmental sustainability, but not so much to dewater the forest green area to help out with the sanitary sewer system. I'll let Roger comment as well.
Okay, yes, I think that was a good point, is that these water wells that would be drilled for the skating rinks and other facilities isn't going to help the dewatering system. It's just, I mean, we're talking of pumping in the order of 4,000 to 5,000 cubic meters a day. I doubt these skating rink wells will be using 2 cubic meters a day. So it's just, there's just no relationship there. It won't hurt, but it certainly won't help. And I think the fact, I think it was a good point, it was actually 1H, which was way too far away. 5F was operated for a few years, because if we had that water well operating as well as the other 3, the total diversion didn't need to be quite as high. The point that was labeled on the map, C2, is the location where we need the lowest water level. And so it is true, we need to be fairly close. If we change the location of any of the dewatering wells, we would have to recalculate how much we need to pump to get it below the sewer.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And moving on to the next questions is Councillor Loy. You're up next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And if we could go back to the slide there, the hydrograph 14A that we had up just a couple of seconds ago. There was another slide, I think just before that, that addressed the 192. Yes, this is the slide I'd like to look at. No. If we can go back one, please. Yes, sir. And proposed target. We want to get up to 1,000,002. What is the feasibility of getting up to that? Because it is significant. You're looking at a big jump from the 1 million, just a little over 1 million to the 1,000,002. And is this the overall project, or is that just more the dewatering in the forest green area?
That would be for the dewatering in the forest green subdivision only. And one of the issues, as I said, we have received data from the town over the years. We have not been involved with any of the changes to the water wells that are the changes that have been made to go from 10A to 10C. Obviously, changes have been done. We were never consulted or kept in the loop or anything else. I do know that the efficiency of the water wells their current status. I know what it was in 76 when they were completed. I do not know what it is today. And we have proposed that, first of all, we establish what kind of yields we can get out of the existing water wells based on what we have. The telemetry system that we're looking at for the measuring the water level in the pumped in the dewatering wells will be used. The Dole valve installation was put in because there was no way to keep track of what's going on in an individual water well. With the telemetry, we'll be able to keep track of it, so we can get rid of the Dole valves, and we can use current data. And the expectation is that once we can establish the efficiency of these water wells, we have a better idea of whether we can reach the 1.2 million with the existing dewatering wells, or whether in fact something needs to be changed.
Thank you. And just a follow up to that. So really, the existing system that's in there now, which is 40 years of age, and we have no idea of its capacity, that it's going to get us there. We're just hoping that we can get that 1.2 million. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's something we put down as a target, as a proposed target. This won't get us the water level below the sewer, but it'll get us further down in that cautionary zone, which gives us the problem that you have today is that if one of the dewatering wells goes out of service and is out of service for a week, we can have water level rises in that aquifer of 2 or 3 meters. If you're really close to that danger zone and the water level goes up 3 meters, you're in the danger zone right away. So the idea is to try and build in a bit of insurance. We know we can operate in that caution zone. It's been able to do it for many years. So it's not critical that we be right at the bottom down in the safe zone unless you're planning to do some work with the sanitary sewer. If you were going to do work with the sanitary sewer, then you'd want to be pumping a lot more water so you could get the water level down below that sewer, because it's always a problem. And basically, it's a quicksand that's down there. And when they installed the sewer originally, the first failure, when they went in and looked, they couldn't find any of the pipe that they'd installed. It was all gone. And then, so they put in a great big huge length of steel pipe, got the sewer operating again. It failed. They went back and they couldn't find the steel pipe. It had sunk out of sight. So that's when they realized that they were going to have to do something to keep the sewer in place.
Councilor, can you unmute? Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Yes, that's. I really appreciate that information. And after, when we have the motion there, I do have a question on cost for this.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me? I want to go back to the page 46 of 96. Partway down, probably 3/4 of the page, talks about observation water well number 14. And we've hashed this a bit, but I'm still troubled by the conversation that we've had. It states very clearly that by drilling these wells, it will not help with the water in the forest green area. Yet we want to spend, when I go over to page 47 of 96, we're going to spend phase 1 a $15,000 feasibility study, and then we're going to spend another $270,000 drilling wells in 2022, and phase 3 additional $180,000. And yet when I read this package, I nowhere in here see that this will help with solving the problem. So this to me looks like a hope and a prayer. And quite frankly, I think hopes and prayers don't get results. I do remember in a town tour that we had about a year ago, we were told that possibly bigger pumps would be more sufficient to move the water that we needed to have. And yet now we're talking about drilling wells. And I get the convenience of being able to pump a little bit of water on a outdoor rink that allows for quicker access to them. However, if it's not solving a problem, I'm not sure that 1 or 2 weeks makes a big difference when we're spending $500,000. So if you could address that whole situation so that I can understand why we would try and put a Band-Aid on something that we very clearly state in this detail that probably won't work.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just for clarity, it's Tom Golden, the CAO. Just to make a couple of comments here to perhaps reframe this conversation somewhat, and then ask the staff to add a little bit further. But I mean, it's there's sort of two things here. There's one conversation about the dewatering site itself and the efforts that are needed and pump checks and so on and so forth. That certainly others know much more about than I do. And then there is another conversation about potential other well sites that would be utilized for the outdoor rinks, so on and so forth. I believe they're separate conversations. They're linked in that they're both about water wells and dewatering, so to speak. But perhaps if the staff can comment directly on steps or actions that are underway or could be taken in regards to the dewatering site itself, the forest green area, if I could ask the staff to provide some comment on that and the efforts to increase that diversion number.
Yeah, thank you. I'll jump in here. So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, it's correct. They're two very separate projects. So, in one project, in the 6 wells for the rinks, that's for operational efficiency to get the rinks open earlier. The other one about solving the current problem. Yes, the chart, it shows the water level is going up. We do expect the Dahl valve that we can have more water currently flowing out of our current wells. We have 3 that are working. We'd like to test that first over the next few months to see if we can get that water flow to increase. If that doesn't work, then we'd have to go into the step 2 of that problem, which would be proposing additional wells to be drilled in that forest green location. So it's good to think of it as 2 separate projects. But we need, with now the data that we're collecting, it's collecting live, it's on the cloud, it's quick, it's working very well to be able to track these levels. It allows us to do this test first before we go ahead and drill more wells in forest green area that maybe don't need to be drilled.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think there was a second question that is, I think it was addressed earlier by the manager, Zerg, about additional wells to, in terms of environmental and kind of better service levels for our residents in terms of skating rinks. Can you clarify on that, please?
Yeah, could you just repeat that part of the question, exactly the info there?
I believe Councillor Plechko is asking if those wells that we drill at the skating rinks to allow us to reduce our environmental footprint and also to provide quicker access to outdoor skating rinks during the winter months, how does that affect the water level? And that's been answered that it does not affect the water level, but why would we spend money to do this?
So I guess looking at operational efficiency, you have a water truck that it's 1 to 2 staff's job for the entire winter, driving this water truck, going to the location to fill up, drive it to the rink, dump the water, go back, fill up again, and go to all 6 of these rinks every day. It's not efficient. It's not a good use of staff time. It's something where we're using a truck that there's the cost of the truck, which the truck is not cheap, $200,000 to $300,000 that needs to be replaced every 10 years. by the time you drill these wells, and you can see in the past data, the current wells have been in use for close to 50 years, that yes, you may get a $300,000 cost up front for the 6 wells, but at least you're not replacing a truck 5 times during that period, which would be about 1.5 million. So there is some financial benefits and environmental impacts as well.
Your Worship, if I could just supplement.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So administration is aware of other municipalities who do have outdoor water rinks, and as well have outdoor rinks, and as well have water service to those rinks. And most of those, of course, are off the potable water system and through municipal water system. So the town would, its proposal would be, rather than deplete that through the water system and through hydrants and things like that, to the town has the opportunity to use groundwater for this purpose. So on the environmental side of things, it's something we should consider. And the cost is something to consider as well. So the town would, through the initiative we'd bring forward in the corporate plan, perhaps this could be staged over a number of years, or not done at all. It is an opportunity to provide a more sustainable use of the groundwater system for the town, which is one of the actions that council asked administration to bring forward in the future.
Thank you very much. And again, members of council, this is for information only. Anything that comes forward in terms of drilling new wells, etc., will be part of the corporate plan, which council has the full option to debate and deliberate at that time. And hopefully at that time, administration does bring back the cost analysis of how much it costs currently for the service levels, and then the service levels going forward if council approves the water well system that's presented by administration. I think before I go to the next councillor, Deputy Mayor, I think Jennifer wanted to make a statement somewhere along the line. Jennifer, are you still with us?
I am, thank you. I was just going to clarify, we expect that each of the rink wells will be licensed for about 1,250 cubes a year. So if you look at the graph here, they're not even going to be a blip, and they're also further away from the forest green. So it's just unlikely that they're going to have any large effect on the dewatering system.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Jennifer. And again, to members of council, that's something that we will debate a little bit later on in terms of cost return on investment, if we do that or don't do that, or we stay with the current levels of kind of how we're doing it right now. And moving on is Deputy Mayor. You have a question for clarity?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm not knowledgeable in this area, but I'm wondering with regards to climate change and with regards to the frequency of, I guess, changing weather patterns and frequency of storms, with regards to having a higher ground level or water level. How does that impact the town's storm risk? And, so right now you're estimating that we need to dewater by 1.2 cubic meters. Does that incorporate the additional risk we have in this day and age?
That's a good question, Councillor Matties.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties. So, yes, anytime you get more rainfall, more rainstorms, it's going to bring that water table up. So it does actually increase the amount of pumping. So further data would have to be accumulated for that. But in general, for the last, 20, 25 years, we have been pumping at a pretty consistent level. If we can get that diversion up to the 1.2 million cubic meters, and then we start to see the water table go down with our information, then we know we're doing okay. We're bringing it down the right way. We'll be able to track it a lot with the new installation we've done, and now it's on the cloud. It's live. We can see that if we get a heavy rainfall month, perhaps June, July, it rains 15 or 20 days of the year, and we start seeing it increasing more than normal. At least we're going to have that data now going forward that we never had in the past, and that'll help us guide our decisions for what we need to do for repairs in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, does that answer your question?
It does. May I ask another question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, my next question again, this is because I'm not knowledgeable, so I just need to understand. With regards to the pipeline failure that happened in January of 2019, and we basically had the diversion, or we had to resume diversion in April of 2020. It indicates that it was a temporary solution, needs to be remedied. What is that remedy? What is it going to cost, and when would it be completed?
Okay.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Maddie. So I'm gonna pass it over to Ben to talk about a bit about the remedy and the work we've done on that. As far as costs going forward, that's going to take a bit more time. I can't give you that right now, but Ben, I'll ask you to jump in here and talk about some of the work we did there in Forest Green over the past year and a half.
Right. So with regards to the issue with dewatering well number 13, there was a pipeline failure that occurred in January of 2019, and hence the well was the dewatering well was turned off at that time, and it just kind of idled there. The issue with the pipeline is it needs to be fixed. And the town wants to fix it, and it needs to be fixed. Since there was quite a bit of time from when the pipeline break occurred, and the water level data that we were monitoring with the telemetry and the data loggers, we were seeing the water level rise, and hence we indicated to the town, to the administration, that we should definitely get more water pumped out of this aquifer, and we came up with a quick plan to pump dewatering well number 13 just above ground, directly to the creek, and bypass the pipeline failure. So I guess in terms of when will it be fixed, I'm not exactly sure when it's going to be fixed, but the town is aware of the situation, and knows that it does need to be fixed. So it is on their agenda to fix. I think they just had issues with accessing the pipeline break and the understanding of where the break actually is. But yeah, that's what I know about that. With regards to your first question, with regards to climate and precipitation events, Greg touched on this, but we definitely do see whenever there's large precipitation events or the ground thaws, we do see a rise in the water level in the observation water well and the dewatering wells. So with this, with the removal of the dole valves and the upgrades to the telemetry that we would like to see forward, we would like to have more control on the pumping rates. When the water levels rise, we want to pump more water. When the water levels are down, we can potentially pump maybe slightly a little bit less water, but we want the data to tell us what we need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My original question was already asked and answered with Councillor Palechko's question, but I was wondering if I could ask another question. I'm just going to assume that I can. Anyhow, and this is sort of more a roundabout thing, and changes gears a little bit from what we were talking about, so I hope nobody minds. But a few weeks ago, we got an email from our communications team, and Stephanie Barsby sent us a very interesting video that was supposed to be played at our State of the Region address. And I raised that because in that video, there was a very nice conceptual drawing of residents walking along beside the creek and what this could look like and all the rest of that. And in that video, in that picture, I was very impressed that the creek that they had the people walking beside was a much nicer creek than the one that we have. It had higher water, and it looked. Anyhow, I bring this all up because I would like to ask: would it be feasible to send the forest green groundwater upstream to increase the level of our creek throughout the town? And if we did, would that, cause us problems, that I'm not thinking of, and would that be a benefit that we could possibly have?
Okay, Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer. Yeah, that's a good question. That's going to take a little bit of thinking. So I can give you a bit of a response to it, and that is you'd have to go an underground pipe, which you could go as far as you want, and you could put it upstream, as long as you want to pay for that cost to get it upstream. The one that actually did break down, that we did have the issues with, it was actually doing that. It was one that in the past would go by where it is in Forest Green in the dewatering location, and there used to be a pipe that was installed many years ago. It would almost take you towards John Paul II School, and it would outlet there. So when Ben was talking about, we just basically shut down that area and just had it outlet straight into the creek. It's cheaper, it's easier, it's more efficient. There's nothing stopping us from constructing more pipe to outlet upstream. It's still going to be a trickle. It's never going to build up. The only way you could build it up is by building weir structures to raise the water level, but then that defeats the whole purpose of the Whispering Watering Creek stormwater capacity issues that are already there. You don't want to start blocking up culverts partially that need to be as empty as they can for stormwater events. So there's good and bad in both things, but thanks for your question and comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. I'll move on to Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very interesting conversation going on here. First of all, I'd like to say to Roger that he and I could probably take a trip down memory lane. I'm probably the only person on this call besides you, Roger, that remembers when this dewatering system started. I was teaching at Forest Green School, and the principal at the time said she kept a canoe in the back just in case that dewatering system ever failed. So there you have it. My question, though, I think that it was almost answered by Deputy Mayor Maddie's question, but a little bit more basic for me. Does this tie in at all with the report and the discussion we had last meeting about the sewer system and the problems that we were having with the flooding last fall? So how does this report and what we're planning to do tie in with that report, if it does?
A good question, Councillor Bennett. Does the administration want to answer that, or should
I? Your Worship, I could answer that question or comment on it anyways. So Your Worship, to Councillor Bennett, it doesn't affect it very much. They're very separate. So Public Works is also leading the I&I study. So part of that project is stopping that infiltration into the sanitary manholes. Most of this water that's being pumped out of the dewatering station is right in the bottom, the middle of the creek. So there's no infiltration into the sanitary system. In the storm event, when the creek rises and breaches its banks, that's when it gets into the sanitary system that's higher and on the side of the creek. Then you have the infiltration into the sanitary system. So they're very close in location, but one doesn't so much affect the other.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett, does that answer your question?
Yes, except just a quick follow-up. Will what we are suggesting and what the future drilling that will be happening, not at the other rinks, that's a whole other project, but what we're proposing to happen to our dewatering system, will that help so that the creek does not go over its banks anymore?
Well, I think Councilor Bennett, that was just kind of touched on by Manager Zirk, is that there's no guarantee that it will help or not. The thing is that if there's less water in the ground, that means more water can be absorbed through rain, etc. So that might help a little bit, but it won't help the sewer system that's going on there. So that's only when it overflows the banks does that affect the sewer system. Is that
Thank
correct?
you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Zirk, General Manager Zirk, you there?
Yeah. Yes, Your Worship, you're exactly correct.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the next question is Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick question based on some of the earlier discussion, just about the fact that we actually have two different projects here. I completely agree and completely respect that, and I'm very interested to see the sports field ice rink plan come forward and see what the ROI on that would be. My question more lies in what takes importance, and when we look at priorities, and as we have to prioritize moving forward, I'm wondering if maybe this needs to be split into an additional phase, whereas instead of in phase 2 we have the water well drilling and construction for the sports field or the ice rinks, and then additionally the larger capacity submersible pump with a cost to be determined. Should we have a phase 2A and a phase 2B, or should we even look at prioritizing what phase 2 should be? Because as we look at this, the costs without the forest green costs in here is at $270,000, and we're talking about the potential that the forest green costs could be substantially higher, and from what I'm hearing, that's a significantly more important project to the town because of the ramifications if that work is not done. So I'm just wondering, maybe to the general manager, if these should be separated a little bit more and come forward. I think great both initiatives, but I think there's certainly one that speaks more to importance of preserving infrastructure, and there's one that speaks to just being more responsible with our resources and creating a more efficient working environment.
Okay, so members of the council, I think that'd be more of a question during our strategic planning of what we'll be doing. This is letting us know some of the options that are there that administration is looking into and proposing to us to keep in mind as we go through our planning process. So there's no money earmarked for any of this yet. As you can tell, phase 1 doesn't start till 2021, which means they'll be dealt with during this corporate plan. And as well, phase 2 is 2022, which then again at the same time we'll be dealing with that as well. So let's accept this for information. Any questions regarding clarity of the presentation and understanding what the dewatering system is? I think council is fully aware that administration just threw in the other wells just an FYI as a heads up, so we can actually think about different things, because council has been really looking at the environmental pillar of our community, and this is one way that we can approach some of those targets as a community. Okay, any other questions regarding the groundwater and dewatering kind of presentation that's been presented to us? Okay, seeing none, I see my timer just went off because that's my timer for a break. But I have a few questions to ask administration or to consultants that are on there. Based on the current pumps that we have on dewatering 12C, 10C, and 13B, what is the pump capacity of each one of those wells?
Your Worship, I'm going to pass that information on to, or the question on to HCL. Maybe they'd be able to help us with that.
Hi, this is Ben. I'll try my best to answer that question, but from what I'm hearing from the question, it sounds like it's related to what are the capacities for the submersible pumps that are currently installed in those 3D watering wells, and we don't have that information. I'm sure that information is available from the drilling contractor that installed the submersible pumps, but we are aware of what the pumps are currently pumping with with the expected dole valves. So there may larger capacity pumps may not be required. It just may be the fact that the dole valves need to be removed to release or allow more water to be pumped from each of those 3 dewatering wells.
Okay, thank you for that, the comment. And so my question back to you, administration staff, is then, if we don't know the exact capacity or the size of the pump that is in those dewatering wells, do we really need to do the study now? If we just figured that out, factor out what max capacity it is, multiply by X number of days that we have to operate, does that get us to the 1.2 million cubic meters per year?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, it's something we can do. We just don't have that information on hand right now. It is something we do have at the public workshop. So we'd be able to check those numbers. You always have to worry about the infiltration of the well, not just the capacity of the pump. So there's a little bit of what is the capacity to pump, but also what are you safely pumping at, what water is coming in for infiltration, which should be quite efficient in general. So that's why we do expect with the dole valve that we can increase to the numbers that we need to. That being said, we'll be able to do this test and see the exact numbers that we're getting.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question regarding the, where's that map? The map that has 4 screen on there with the decommissioned wells, etc. Let me find it. Somebody post that up. That's page 56 of 96. Yes, thank you very much. So I noticed that it was mentioned that C2, which is this simulation control point, number 2, was the actual point that we want to measure the water for best efficiency. And then there's also the reclaimed well of dewatering 5F. Okay. Could we reopen dewatering well 5F to have it pumped to allow us to bring the water down? Like instead of drilling a new well, can we just reclaim that one?
Your Worship, I'll speak from past experience. I've reclaimed a well in the past, and when you do that, you're essentially pouring stabilized cement or concrete into the well, and once it's reclaimed, you're cheaper starting over than trying to deal with that.
Okay.
If I could add a comment, the dewatering well 5F was not capable of being pumped quite as hard as the other dewatering wells. It just skips my memory right now, but I think we were pumping somewhere around 200,000 or 2,000 cubic meters a day from that water well, or dewatering well, which was less than what we were capable of pumping from the other water wells. So it also needed servicing. These have water well screens in them, and they have a tendency for precipitates and bacteria to build up on these screens, and so they need to be serviced. And that one had the smallest slot size, which inhibits the entrance of water into the water well from the aquifer. So if we were going to do something, I would first of all think that rather than going to 5F site, if, for example, we find out that dewatering well 10, I'll just pick one of them, is only operating at about 50% efficiency, it would be better off to drill a replacement well adjacent to 10C than to do one by 5F.
Okay, thank you. And then can the Administration provide me the date that 5F was not in use and decommissioned?
Our records show that diversion stopped from that water well in 1979.
1979.
Yeah, and I don't know when it was reclaimed.
Okay, thank you for that. 1979. Okay. Thank you for the questions and answering my questions of clarity and understanding. Members of Council, anything else? Okay. See none. Thank you very much for joining us and for the presentation. Definitely appreciate it. And I definitely learned a lot more about our dewatering system and some different options that we can use to provide water services in the community, especially around the rinks. We are moving on to that because there's a presentation. Going back to my agenda is 5.2. If I can have a motion, Councillor Meyer, please.
Hold on. Okay, yep, sorry about that. I just kept clicking the wrong button. Yes, the town council accept the dewatering system plan for information.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Administrative staff, anything to add to the presentation that was provided for us? Okay. Hearing nobody from administration speaking up, I guess there's nothing to add to that. Members of council, any questions for comment, consideration, etc.? No, okay, see nobody chiming in, and I don't see nobody texting me that they want to speak. So on behalf of council, thank you very much for the presentation. That was very informative. I definitely look forward to council's discussions on this during our strategic planning to see what our priorities are and how best that we can use our money to alleviate some of the problems that we're having in the Fourth Screen area regarding the water table. So with that, I'm going to call the question. All those that are opposed to accepting for information, please chime in now. Okay, see nobody has messaged me that they are opposed to the motion. It is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to 5.4, sorry, 5.3. And if you heard a little bit earlier, my alarm went off, so that is now a 5-minute comfort break. So we'll take a recess, and we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, guys. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our council meeting. Moving on to the agenda is 5.3, the golf course operational update. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship, members of council, thank you for time this evening to share with you a quick update on the golf course 2020 operational season. COVID-19 was first thought to have permanently closed the facility for 2020, and on April 27th, administration did present council with a first financial projection of a $917,000 loss at the facility due to the facility not opening in 2020. On April 30th, during a daily update, the government of Alberta announced that golf courses were permitted to open as soon as May 2nd, and the Stony Plain Golf Course opened very shortly after on May 6th. For about a week, the course was open without a pro shop and without food services. On May 14th, the pro shop opened once again, and food services followed very, very quickly after. Restrictions at the golf course continue to include today one golfer per cart, separation between golfers of the 2 meters, 10-minute separation between each tee time, a reduction to the practice facility availability. Currently, we are permitting people to use the putting green, 4 bays for warm up on the driving range, and the driving range did open to the public today based on some time slots, which I'll discuss shortly. Reduced gathering numbers at the facility are also part of the restrictions, and as I said before, distancing. Staff continue to interpret and to implement the guidelines that Alberta Health Services continue to permit at golf courses and direct facilities throughout the COVID-19 response. Currently, the course is operating with a reduced staff load. One, due to the fact that we have less open. 2, we're also trying to manage the dollars from a COVID-19 perspective. And we're prioritizing the areas that we are maintaining at the golf course simply to try and mitigate about a 20% loss in revenue based on the tee times that we're permitted to host right now. The past 3 weeks have resulted in a very busy course. Typically, most nights, except the nights that it does rain, the golf course is sold out and all tee times are booked. We're booking tee times from about 7:30 in the morning now till 6 p.m. for 18 holes, and from 6 to 7:30, the course is offering 9-hole play without carts. Reason for the stopping of tee times at 6 o'clock for 18 holes is to allow staff the opportunity to turn the course back over for the next day, which is cleaning carts and those types of things. As mentioned in the report, we were anticipating the driving range opening on May 28th. The driving range actually opened today. A new video was posted on the golf course website and through their social media formats, describing to people how they can book the driving range. Essentially, we have 9 bays open. They're booked in 45-minute slots with a 15-minute turnaround time so that staff can properly disinfect and prepare it for the next booking. The driving range is treated a bit similar to what we would on the golf course in terms of people phoning in or going online and booking an actual slot for the driving range. We anticipate and hope that the chipping practice green and the putting green will be able to open with greater participation throughout the summer months. But again, we continue to wait for the province to provide us with more guidance on that. League play is starting this week. So we're back to our men's, ladies, and seniors leagues. And in July, the junior league will also start. A lot of our lesson programs, just due to the restrictions that are in place and the additional staff that would be required to provide those lessons, have been suspended at this time for 2020. Things change and staff do some analysis and we can bring those back into the golf course. We certainly will do that. Some quick stats. 100 carts per day are used with the one golfer system. Often our carts are on a very busy day, on a weekend day, the carts are going around the track 2.5 times, around the golf course 2.5 times. So you can imagine a typical golf cart that comes back with one person has to go into the cleaning bay, and we have to sanitize it from top to bottom, pressure wash it, dry it, and then put it back out for use. Typically, we're having 80 walkers per day. I think there's been an increase in people walking, simply from the perspective of they're able to take their walking cart out of their own vehicle, set it up, put their gloves on it, and walk around and not have to worry about someone else having touched that equipment. As the report stated, 12-minute separation started, tea time separation started for about the first 3 to 3 weeks of the course operation. That permitted about 206 golfers per day. And we're down to 10-minute separation, which is about 264 golfers. And we've increased some time at the golf course due to length of day, which we're almost pushing 280 to 290 golfers now on a sold-out tee sheet. So rounds played, nearing 2,000 rounds played in the first 3 weeks. And we continue to see good reception from the community at the golf course in terms of the course being booked. Some quick numbers in terms of maintenance staff reductions are down by 50%, pro shop down by 25%, back shop 70%. Back shop is typically the summer students that we hire to clean the carts and do the driving range. So with the driving range not open, that reduction. And in the report also stated that food and beverage, due to not knowing what COVID-19 was going to permit us, we had a layoff in that area, and we've decided to open that back up under a lease arrangement as opposed to a staff position and a cost of the golf course. That's a quick overview, Mr. Mayor, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. Members of Council, that was a quick overview of the current operations of the golf course. And we're going to questions next. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to first, if the general, sorry, through you to administration, the food and beverages, I know was an important part of our plan to reduce losses on the course in our past plans. I appreciate that COVID has changed that. I was wondering if the general manager could explain that decision to move to a lease agreement for me, and how that will ultimately save us money, and also in that regard, if we plan on making that a permanent decision, or if the success or failure of this year will play into whether we extend that. And then I have another question after that, but I'll wait for the answer for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, food services.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer. Last year, our lease agreement expired at the golf course, so we moved to an in-house operation for the 2019 season. Certainly, we had our challenges with that and the operational model that we were using at the golf course. 2020, we had a different plan for food and beverage, and that included in-house operation. However, with the COVID-19 and having to reduce costs with the anticipation that we weren't opening the course, the layoffs occurred with our food and beverage staff, and notification that likely we would not be opening the food and beverage service at the golf course. Fast forward to today, and some of the permissions that were provided to us, we just weren't in a position to go back to a staffing model at this time, and we approached Cijo, who is the cook at the golf course, and asked if he would be interested in a lease arrangement for just this season, in anticipation that we could operate some food and beverage service, and I think that's an important part of a golf course operation. He was willing to do so. I think this gives us an opportunity to see what the staffing levels would be like under a COVID-19 situation from a lease perspective, and also give us the opportunity to sharpen some of our food and beverage options. Certainly, we're evaluating whether the lease option is something we should go back to, or whether or not a staff situation for the 2021 season would be in our best interest.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer, for your next question.
Thank you. And in regards to my second question, the junior course opening, can you expand on, is it a cost decision not to open that at the time? It's a staffing, I imagine. I suppose that's not really a question, but make that a question.
Thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, I understand the question for sure. We would like to open that part of the facility. However, right now it's a control question for us at the golf course. People are only permitted to arrive 15 minutes before their tee time. There's sanitization stations around the golf course of which people use before they come into the pro shop and interact with staff. And it's just a control question for us. The junior course is a free course, and typically throughout a golf season, there's no check-in with staff related to the use of that course. And we would probably likely would have to have a staff member out there to ensure that the same processes and same sanitization protocols are being kept at that particular site versus in addition to the main golf course. So for us right now, it's a staffing challenge, and we would have to have a staff member out there full-time monitoring that particular area of the golf course, which just increases our overall cost related to the monitoring of that site. So if restrictions reduce and we don't have to have some of the parameters in place that we currently have to from a sanitization and a public safety, then certainly we'll reevaluate that.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of Council, anything else to ask the General Manager regarding the report? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for the report and presentation and keeping Council updated on the golf course operations. As everybody's fully aware, the golf course operations was a hot topic during our most recent corporate planning. So I'm glad to see this is on there so that Council has a little better overview on the current operations of the golf course. Based on this, just going to ask a question. When is the next update coming back to Council?
Your Worship, on the 22nd, there's a scheduled financial update to Council, and the golf course financial will be included in that. And the next update to Council operationally would be scheduled for August. Then we would be through a good part of the season and be able to come back with some good statistics.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, seeing that nobody has the message in that they want to ask questions, I'm going to ask for a motion. Councillor Plechko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Council accept the golf course operational update report for information.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. I will call the question. All those that are opposed to accept for information? Okay, seeing none, and nobody has texted in that they opposed it, so it is now carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to our agenda items of 5.4, which is the COVID-19 update. Go ahead, Administrative Staff.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Again, an update on COVID-19 and the town's work that has been completed over the last 12 weeks. Without going into the detail of the report, just a quick summary. Since mid-March, the town and the province have been dealing with the impacts of COVID-19. COVID-19 has had a global impact with, as of today, about 6 million cases worldwide, almost 400,000 deaths globally. Canada is nearing 100,000 cases with just over 7,000 deaths in our nation. Alberta has experienced a lower than projected number of cases of COVID-19 and currently sits at just over 7,000 cases in the province and 100 total cases having occurred in the province and 143 deaths. Since they started putting stuff on the internet webpage, the COVID webpage, I can report the town of Stony was not a reportable geospatial area. However, Parkland County and City of Spruce Grove were. Parkland County had 14 reported cases and 14 recoveries, and the City of Spruce Grove had 8 cases and 8 recoveries. Since the relaunch of Stage 1, case numbers have remained low in our province, and that has encouraged the Alberta Health Services and the GOA to consider a quicker movement to Stage 2 and Stage 3 phases of the Government of Alberta relaunch. Town of Stony Plain has played an active role in the local response to COVID-19 over the past 10 to 12 weeks. Administration has reacted to the public health orders with the closing of facilities, cancellation of public events and programs, working with in adjusted financial measures, taking direction and guidance from the Government of Alberta, adjusting the impacts of staff with potential with closures to schools and different daily activities for our staff, adjusting to the new personal protective measures that are required for staff and public. And initially, we started with the isolation of critical staff members to maintain our critical and core services. Administration is currently working on a relaunch of municipal services permitted in stages 2 and 3 of the provincial program. Administration anticipates at this time that Stage 3 may occur by mid-June, and Stage 3 anticipating that to be a late summer relaunch. Again, that's a changing environment based on the case numbers, based on the number of people in hospital, based on the ICU counts. That's how the Alberta Health Services and the government are determining how quick or how slow Stage 2 and Stage 3 phases will come to us. Town has provided additional community support through two mayor task forces, the Economic Development and the Social Development Task Forces. Some of the highlights that these task forces have completed over the past number of weeks: the reduction in business licenses, supporting local businesses with information about programs that they may have access to and guidelines for reopening. The Signs of Hope campaign, working currently on a virtual Canada Day and Farmers Day to be launched in a week. And both have done videos to promote local business and also a video that raises the hope of our community and shows the emergency services going from place to place to the first few weeks of COVID-19 to lift the spirits of our frontline workers. Administration continues to react to COVID-19 impacts with positivity, hope, and optimism. We continue to understand the guidelines of that Alberta Health Services continues to release related to our outdoor spaces, our facilities, and the services that we provide to the community. Those are quickly being launched by the government, often towards the later part of the week. We do anticipate that Stage 2 notification or more detail around Stage 2 will be released at the end of this week, and also more information about recreation facilities and some of the larger facilities that we currently don't have open in the region. It should be provided to us by the end of the week also. Administration anticipates COVID-19 to impact the balance of 2020 and will continue to be part of our conversation in 2021. Staff has showed flexibility, understanding, and resilience over the past 12 weeks. We're eager to embrace the new and find some of the old again as we transition through COVID-19. And Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm happy to ask and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the update of what has just transpired since the Alberta Health Services has declared a health emergency. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding regarding that presentation? Okay, Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the General Manager for the information. I was going to ask this in council discussion, but I actually think it's probably more prudent to ask now, given that this is the COVID-19 update and it is to do with a COVID-19 implementation, and it's around the skate park facility. I know it was explained to us that the fencing was to remain around the skate park facility with the dedicated entrance and exit labeled in order to try and ensure traffic flow and try and limit the number of people to, I believe it was 20 in that facility. Since that time, since the facility has been reopened, I've observed the skate park on a multiple basis, and every time I'm observing it, I'm watching different generations of people completely ignoring the signs that are there. I'm consistently watching the physical distancing being ignored. I'm continuously watching the amount of people in the skate park being ignored. I have also seen that another panel of the fence has been removed so that people can exit at the path near the tunnel that goes under the railroad tracks. And I guess the question that I have is, why do we continue to have the fencing and the entrance and exit designation signage up, given that we also have playgrounds in town that we haven't taken the same level of action with? Understanding we need to have some signage available, understanding we need to advise people of the conditions that they should be adhering to. I'm just kind of interested as to why we're continuing to treat that facility in such a manner with the fencing and the signs, and yet other facilities that are similar, like playgrounds and have similar requirements, we're not.
Okay, thank you for the question. General Manager?
Excuse me, Your Worship, through to Council Laurie. The skate park, so playgrounds, I'll go to play structures. It was very easy for us to close a play structure, being that most play structures are children go with their parents to those particular venues, and parents control access to those particular sites. Also, the number of play structures that we have in the community and our capacity or the financial capacity to fence off all of those just was not permittable and not reasonable to complete, and it would have taken a great staff effort to do so. The skate park, we started with no fencing and signs, and that was not acceptable. People were not adhering to the closure of the park at all, and staff were spending a great deal of time trying to keep the park clear and having people not use skate park while it was closed under the provincial health orders that were in place. The reason why the fence is still up is we anticipated that there may be an opportunity or maybe a demand for us to close that facility again, and the time that it took to put the fence back in place took a lot of staff time and a lot of effort. And so until the public health orders or the government of Alberta became more consistent with the opportunity for that facility not to be closed again, we deemed the fence would be more effectively to stay up for us from a staff perspective in terms of putting it up and taking it down. If it becomes very clear and apparent to us that we can remove the fence, we would certainly go through the motions of removing that fence. I can report that the skate park is one of those areas that, not just in Stony Plain, but across the whole Edmonton metro region, part of several groups that talk about the issues that communities are having related to public health orders and some of the facilities that are open. Skate parks continue to be one that we're finding a large struggle to have the users abide by the public health orders that are in place, the abusive language that is directed at staff that go into those facilities to try and have without checking driver's licenses and where these users are from. We make the assumption they're all local, but I think there's a good combination of Stony Plain residents and non-Stony Plain residents using that facility at this time. It's becoming a sore spot and one that's certainly part of a large topic of conversation for us from a regional perspective. Again, we do have the capacity as a municipality, if facilities are not being abided by provincial legislation, we can certainly as a community make the decision to close that facility and continue to keep it safe for our community. So that's part and parcel as to why the fence remains in case those decisions were made in the future.
Okay, thank you. Just one maybe follow up on that question. I noticed the city of Edmonton has closed a few of their skate parks because the inability to have users recognize and kind of do social distancing. What is the next option for the town of Stony Plain if we're not able to have that the participants respect social distancing at the skate park?
Your Worship and the rest of the council, a few options come to mind immediately. One would be the hard, which would be you would close a facility to the public, or we would consider potentially putting some monitoring at that particular facility. So we would have to find a strong adult or a strong monitor, skate park monitor, so to speak, that officer, something of that nature that would be at the park and would be controlling the number of people going in and out, time spent, and how the park is being utilized from that perspective. So a few options there that certainly we're talking about internally in terms of, I don't think our desire is to close the park. I'm not sure that's fair to some of the users that are trying their best to abide by the motions and the orders in place and the ruling in place. So we're certainly talking internally about what are our next strategies in terms of getting some compliance, and we're certainly leaning on some of our regional partners to brainstorm some solutions for us, not just ourselves, but other areas of the Edmonton metro region.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? No. Any other questions from administrative staff? 2. Thank you. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just a statement, and I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to page 76, the second paragraph there that addresses the town's relaunch. So I'd like to say first that I'm very happy to see in this report plans for the relaunch of the town operations in June, and specifically the opening of Town Hall to the public. I feel that closing Town Hall and public meetings greatly diminishes residents' ability to interact with their municipal government. So I'm glad to see that we have plans for our relaunch. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer, and that was good comments. And it looks like we are looking to reopen the town offices and everything else on a scheduled basis on administration. Just a notice to council, I think our first actual council meeting within chambers with social distancing that was not virtual will be June 22nd. So if you can put that in your calendar, if you can make it, please do. And if you can't and you don't feel comfortable, that is okay too. We will continue to add the virtual component to the meetings. Okay, member council. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just to follow up on that comment. At the current time, and until things change, indoor meetings are permitted to a maximum of 15 people. Separation and sanitization, certainly part of that. Feedback from Alberta Health Services and the folks that we lean on to give us correct guidance related to some of the things that we'd like to do have indicated that public interface with council during council meetings it's recommended and preferred it continue to be virtual until such time that relaxation is in place. So unless things change on the 22nd, council would be permitted to be in council chambers with the correct separation and sanitization in place, and staff also. And currently we're working on we have a plan for that to happen on the 22nd of June. The public interface is something that we'll have to phase in over time.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members of council would like to make a comment? Okay, seeing that nobody has chimed in, I need a motion to accept. So let's go to Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the June COVID-19 update for information.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. Okay, members of council, there is a motion before us. Is there anybody opposed to accept for information? Okay, see nobody has messaged in, so that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to information items and council discussion. We will start with Councillor Laurie as the chair of the social stream of the economic task force side. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I won't take too much time this evening. Actually, there was a little bit of it captured in the previous COVID-19 update report, so I'm sure Council's seen it. Also, we've had a lot of discussions over the last little bit about our virtual Farmers Days, which is coming up starting this Friday with a great initiative with a dance party on air with 88.1 The One, our local radio station. Following that, on Saturday, we will have a fantastic Facebook Live event for the Mayor's Pancake Breakfast with the Mayor right here in his restaurant in Stony Plain, and some great special guests and musical entertainment with that. And then on Sunday, we have a video release that the town has been working on, our town communications department has been working on. So very excited for that. We got a whole bunch of contests lined up for that as well. So keep watching the town social media feed for more of that. Very happy to report we continue to push forward with assisting with the Canada Day initiative, as well as we've actually just got a little bit more traction with respect to our outdoor movie and creating a drive-in style outdoor movie for later on in the summer as a bit of a replacement for our outdoor movie. So it's some fantastic progress that we continue to make forward. The social stream is going to be shifting a little bit of our focus to some of the more long-term things and ways we can continue to support our residents as long as things like the public health orders remain in place, and how we can continue to assist them in having that social interaction and social fulfillment in their lives, as well as making sure that we are looking out for their well-being as our residents. So appreciate the opportunity. Other than that, I don't have anything else to share this evening, but I am open to any questions for the social task force if needed.
Okay. Thank you much, Councillor Laurie, for sitting on that and being chair. And then just please bring back to the task force that definitely I and the rest of council appreciate the work that's coming out of the task force to make sure that our residents stay connected in the community during this turbulent times. Thank you. So when I get to members of council, when I call your name, if you have any questions to ask any of the task force chairs, that will be the appropriate time to ask. So I'm moving on to Councillor Meyer. Go ahead with your update as the chair of the economic stream.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not much to report from last week, and to be quite honest with you, I thought we were updating on a bi-weekly, so I'm a touch unprepared. I would, as Councillor Laurie pointed out, there was a COVID task force report that captured much of the economic task force's efforts. In that regard, there was in this past week promotional video highlighting the local businesses and the shop local efforts. I believe should be available through our communications as well. Next week, the Economic Task Force is prepared to submit our final report for Council's review. And that's all I got for this evening. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you much, Councillor Meyer, and thank you for being the chair of the task force. And again, same goes. Please, next meeting to say thanks to the members of the task force. I believe that's definitely well welcomed by the town to have some of those ideas come forward to allow us to plan better in terms of economic impacts to our community. And definitely thank the Chamber for their full dedication and support on the task force as well.
I will be sure to pass those along.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Deputy Mayor, do you have anything to update Council on?
I do not this evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moving on to Councillor Bennett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I mentioned earlier this evening that walking past the RCMP building, I noticed that it's starting to look a little bit neglected. So I hope that our administration made note of that. And I understand that it's kind of in flux as to who exactly is responsible for that. But we can't let that property be neglected. So that's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett, and this is a good point too. And then right now it's owned by the federal government, so in the end they are responsible for it. So if it needs to be, we will follow our community standards bylaw and make sure that they're issued a notice and then have that cleaned up. And then if not, we'll go and clean it up for them and then charge them, I believe, whatever it costs, and then additional fees as well. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Moving on, Councillor Loy, anything to add?
Not this evening, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. You kept me for last because you knew I had the most.
No, I think because you're on my left-hand side and I'm kind of blind on that side.
So I do have a few things this evening. Just a request to administration and talking to a local resident's concern for the green space just south of 44th Ave on St. Andrews Crescent. Horribly overgrown and a breeding ground for skeeters, concerned with possible fire smart. So just if we could have a look at that and make an announcement as to when that may or may not be cut, feels that the rest of the town has been cut. The other concern was the lack of RCMP within our community. Just wondering if that's a less patrolled area or if it's just a perception. And the third thing, I'd just like to say thanks. I see a grader today on Range Road 12, but as of last week, I still have yet to see the grading that you have spoke about, the schedule, and I'm just wondering if I could have that sent over. And that should be it for this evening, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the general manager still with us? I think when the question was asked, the general manager said that it is on a gravel standard service level for the Range Road 12, and we do grade that on a regular basis. Definitely with the rain that prevented it right after it, but it has been dry for a little while. Where are we with grading Range Road 12?
Your worship, the grading service level is once a week, so I'm not sure what I'm not sure what the question is or how to answer that, other than the graders was out there today. So that's what it is this week.
Okay, so thank you very much. So the grader was out this week, and so that was today. So thank you. As I think Councillor Laurie raised his hand because he sits on the CPAC, which is the Community Policing Advisory Committee. So regarding some enforcement, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the Community Police Advisory Commission has met once during the COVID crisis. We did have one meeting that was cancelled, and the question was raised in that about the RCMP activity levels. And there has been statistical report by the inspector showing that the levels have actually dropped, and that their levels of the level of crime has actually dropped, but their level of patrols and activity has not. I would also ask if the general manager can advise when we can expect to have the inspector back for his quarterly updates. I believe they normally are, as I'm sure he would like to share the direct statistics with council as well.
Good. Thank you very much. General manager?
Your worship, through the Councillor Laurie, that's June 8th.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And that was all the information items we had. So again, thank you very much, members of council, for bringing those concerns and asking questions of clarity and understanding. There is a closed session today regarding some personnel matters, and it's under FOIP session 24. So again, any media or public members that wish to be present once the closed session is complete must remain in the vicinity of the town office. Since we're not trying to let people in and practicing proper social distancing, you can also submit your name to the town manager or the recording secretary, and they will notify you once we're out. The only motion that is made in closed session is the motion to come out of closed session. With that, no other motions are made in closed session except for that one. And then once we're out of closed session, I will ask if there's anybody else that put the name forward before we continue with our meeting. And then after that, if the meeting continues, we'll adjourn because that's the last item that we have in our agenda. So I need a motion to go into closed session. Councillor, where are we here? Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council move into closed session to discuss per FOIP Section 24, 8.1 personnel.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. I call the question. All those opposed? See no hands up or anybody texting that they want to oppose it. That has been carried. So as we go into closed session, I'll take about an 8-minute recess. We'll let everybody leave chambers that are not supposed to be here and get off the Teams meeting as well. Thank you. So recess and then closed session. Okay, welcome back. Councilor Loy has made a motion to come out of camera. All those that are opposed? Okay. See none. Councilor Bennett, motion to extend past 11 o'clock, please.
I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that is carried unanimously. I need a motion to go back to the camera. Councillor Meyer.
Motion. I make that motion.
Thank you. All those opposed? See none, that is carried. We're back into closed session. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We're back. Councillor Loy has made the motion to come out of camera. Is anybody opposed to coming out of in camera? Okay, receiving no votes to not, so that's passed unanimously. Council, before you, there is 8.1 personnel FOIP. Deputy Mayor, please, for the motion.
So this is the motion to move out of camera.
No, the motion for move out of camera was done by Councillor Loy, and this one is the motion.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
8.1.
Okay, just bear with me a second. I'm going back to my. Sorry, I don't have
council,
my agenda.
Okay, that the motion is by Deputy Mayor is that council received the fire department review for information.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, I make the motion that the council receive the report on the Stony Plain Fire Department for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody opposed to receiving that report for information? Okay, see none, that is carried. Councillor Meyer?
Yes, I move that admin bring back a bylaw to review concerning elected officials serving as paid on-call volunteers.
Okay, thank you very much. That comes from the discussion that we've just had. I would ask Councillor Laurie and Councillor Pleshko not to vote on this matter. Okay. Councillor Meyer, thank you for that motion. Is there a timeline, or is it just to leave it to administration based on the current timing and the other stuff that they're doing in our community?
I'll leave it to administration.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Tom, the town manager, did you get that written down?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you very much. Was there anybody else? Sorry, I forgot to ask if anybody left their name to be contacted to come back into the meeting.
Not that I've been made aware of, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All those opposed to that motion, with Councillor Laurie and Councillor Pleshko abstaining from the vote.
I just have one question regarding the timing of it. Of the motion, of the timing that it would be addressed by administration. Should we not be putting a time frame on that?
Okay, maybe to administration.
Your Worship, I mean, I would expect to have, if not, extreme detail, but at least a broad overview. I would think no later than the first meeting in August, or the council meeting in August, if not sooner.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, a point of order.
Yes.
Thank you. We're in a governance and priorities meeting, and I don't believe any decisions of council can be made to direct administration to do anything in a governance and priorities meeting. I believe this motion would actually have to come back to the regular council meeting.
Right. I think this can be brought back for information, right?
Okay. I don't believe so. I believe that's still providing direction to administration. My understanding of governance and priorities meetings is we were only able to accept items for information. But again, maybe the town manager can provide clarity on that.
Yeah, so we've done other motions to bring back information for different council meetings. Okay, administrative staff.
Your Worship, I think there's some validity to the point of order. We typically do for information, and is this directing? It's causing action to occur. That action is to provide further information.
Yeah. So, but have we done that before in governors and parties meetings?
The
answer
sorry,
is
Your
yes.
Worship. I don't know if I would say for certain, one way or the other.
Okay, well, that's fine then. The So I need a ruling on this, and I think you're the administrative staff that has the information, and from chairing the meetings, we have requested information coming back to council from our GMP meetings.
Yeah, I believe so, Your Worship. Again, point of order is decided by the chair. If the chair's decision is not generally not accepted, then it goes to, I believe, a vote of the board itself or the council itself as to what happens next. I believe that's my interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order, Your Worship.
Okay.
Your Worship, I'll withdraw my point of order, but I would like to recognize that council needs to have this discussion in the future about when it is appropriate to make these, because even though it is somewhat of a request for information, it's a request to have a bylaw formulated to be presented to council. That isn't just information. So at this point in time, I will withdraw the point of order so that we don't have to drag the process out any longer. However, I think it's something we need to be cautious of in the future.
Okay, thank you. As noted, thank you. Okay, so information coming back, as the town manager said, will maybe be the meeting in August or earlier, if they can get the information back for council to look at and to have a discussion at that point in time. Okay. All those that are opposed, with Councillor Laurie and Councillor Pleshko abstaining from the vote. Okay, seeing none, and nobody has texted in that they abstained, so that is carried. Okay, with that, that comes to our adjournment. Thank you very much, administration, for providing the agenda packages and the presentations that were provided for council. And members of council, thank you for your participation, discussion, and debate on the agenda items. It was very informative and lots of information as we continue to move forward in the community. With that, we're adjourned.